Gaming news today is all about a turning of the page as we sit on a monsoon of game launches. Both PlayStation and Xbox are taking one more swing at negative headlines for the gaming news cycle. So first, Sony responded to the backlash about ending physical discs in 2028. I mean, kind of, not really. Apparently, also, the petition and the backlash and people sort of pushing against them ending physical is slowing down. We're going to look at exactly what is going on with that and continue to say that that fight is basically a lost cause, but there are things we can do and things that could change for the better as we move towards a digital future. Second, Xbox is doing another price hike, and like everything with gaming hardware and just hardware in general right now, folks are both angry and even a bit worn out by these announcements. Third, Beast of Reincarnation review embargoes today, but a little strange. It's at 8 p.m. Eastern, which is sort of like right before the game releases, super close to when people can actually start playing, but we do have a hands-on report from PlayStation that we are going to check out. Now, if you like this content, I need you to help me with something. Make sure you're still subscribed and your bell button set to all. Those things get changed, and you're not the one that changes them, so double check that. Also, this show is free Monday through Friday, and we don't really put anything in front of you in order to get access to this or the live chat, but I'm able to do that because of actual direct viewer support. So consider doing a membership, even if you watch the past broadcasts. That does help me out. It's been a huge need on the channel for years, and it continues to be one. As always, hitting like and sharing the video also helps. So let's get into this one, because this one is obviously the front burner. So you've seen the petitions, you've seen the hashtags, you've probably even seen the comments of people saying, you know what, the PlayStation 5 is going to be my last PlayStation. Ever since Sony announced that they're killing off physical game discs for all new games by January of 2028, well, the internet has been pretty angry about it. But this week, during their Q1 earnings call, Sony finally broke their silence. And spoiler alert, they really do not care about your anger or your petition. Let's look at what actually happened here. After a month of dodging the internet's fury, Sony CFO Lin Tao addressed the controversy head-on during the latest investors Q&A. Now, her response was essentially a very polite and corporate version of deal with it. She stated that the digitization of content is progressing globally, and Sony is going to, quote, cautiously move forward with their plan to drop physical discs. Now, another communications executive straight up said that they haven't seen any negative business impact from the backlash as of right now. Well, why? Well, it's all in the numbers. In the first quarter alone, Sony pulled in $1.2 billion in digital game revenue. Physical media game sales was just $128 million. That is a literal fraction of all the money that they're making. Digital is outselling physical by over 9-1, and it's making up roughly 80 to 85% of their overall software sales. The writing's not just on the wall, it's been painted over, dried, and framed. Now, I know a lot of you are mad. The petition to save physical media has hit around 350,000 signatures. That's a lot of people, but there are even calls for a massive PS blackout later this month where people are literally going to refuse to log in. Everywhere you look, longtime fans are declaring that they are tapping out of the console ecosystem entirely, swearing the PS5 will be the last piece of PlayStation hardware that they ever buy. But guys, we have to be honest with ourselves here. The backlash is already losing steam. Well, why? Well, because most people that are doing the complaining, they probably have already bought a lot of digital games, and they're happy to continue to do so, even if they get really mad on Twitter. There's also a bit of a concern about the respect of the fact that people might just be doing this for fun, and yelling on the internet is a fun activity, and it might not actually impact any of the sales data going forward, especially considering most of the Twitter activity and YouTube comments and Reddit comments are a drop in the proverbial player-based global bucket. Recently, Circana US retail data revealed that physical PS5 games are experiencing downright dismal sale numbers. The boycott won't work because we as consumers have globally voted with our wallets years ago, and we overwhelmingly have voted for convenience. But here is where I stand and will continue to stand on this. We are collectively aiming at the wrong target, dying on the hill for the plastic disc, is a waste of our collective energy. The war for physical media is over, and we lost. Even if we had the ability to force Sony to keep making discs, they would likely just continue the growing trend of the full game not even being on the disc, which is the real heart of the matter. And that is the war for consumer rights. And it's just beginning. We lost the war for physical, and right now we're losing the right for digital rights as well. We're losing on both fronts. If Sony wants to force us into a 100% digital ecosystem, then our demands need to evolve. We shouldn't be fighting for a disc. We should be fighting for true digital ownership and rock-solid consumer protections. Think about it. If you buy a physical game and it stinks or you don't like it or you're done with it, you can trade it in, sell it to a friend, return it, lend it to somebody. It retains value. You could even get some money for it. On a PlayStation store, really any digital storefront, well, good luck with that. Once you hit download, you're locked in most cases. Where is our right to refunds? Now, PC gamers have figured this out. For years, they've been able to do it. Steam gives you a 2-hour gameplay window to return the game. Well, why doesn't Sony? Some are hoping that Lin Tao's comments about engaging customers thoughtfully in a future digital ecosystem means we are going to get things like that. But also there's the key questions of things like sharing games. Right now, lending a digital game to a family member on PlayStation is a little convoluted, but you can certainly do it. Steam just launched Steam Families, and Nintendo lets me lend digital games to another family member. Now, it's only one game at a time, which I find to be a little stupid, but I hope PlayStation considers something more than just the ability to set a PS5 as the offline home console, which does allow other logins to play the games. The ability to quote-unquote family share games is quite good, but we need more. The logic here on physical coming to an end is very simple. If we are going to lose the resale value and the physical shareability of discs, well, then Sony should offer digital alternatives, especially with respect to refunds. If consumers are limited to a digital-only ecosystem, well, then the ecosystem should evolve with the times. We need consumer protection laws that guarantee access to our digital purchases, even if the servers go down. And, we also need, I think, a fair and streamlined refund policy. Saying that the PS5 is your last console is a valid emotional reaction, but it doesn't change the industry. The future is digital, whether we like it or not. The question isn't how we stop it, it's how we regulate it and protect ourselves. We need to stop fighting for yesterday's plastic and start fighting for tomorrow's digital rights. But I want to hear from you. Are you completely done with PlayStation, or do you agree that it's time to pivot our demands towards digital refunds and true digital ownership? Let me know in the comments below, and be sure to stop by one of my live streams. Not the only piece of bad news for you guys. I know you guys are getting sick of this. I'm gonna stop the recording there. We don't need to record this portion because I'm just gonna read the next couple of things. I don't have anything prepared. Okay, I'm just gonna read this to you because there's not much to say about a price hike other than, well, that sucks. And we're gonna probably be saying this for the foreseeable future. So this was published basically end of June, okay? So I was out of town last week when this got published, all right? So they're saying here, effective August 1st, which is a couple of days ago, so it's already taken place, we'll be updating prices worldwide. The price of the Xbox consoles will increase in the U.S. by $100 for the 512 gig models and $150 for the 1 terabyte models. They are sunsetting the 2 terabyte model, so you will no longer be able to get it. So you have to understand, even the cheapest models are going up by $100, and then the 1 terabyte models are going up by $150. And guys, I've seen all of the gifting members. Thank you so much. We're gonna have a huge bounce back week. I'm gonna try to come up with a bunch of incentives for Saturday to really see if we can't get like a double member bump this week, because we really need it. We hit a slump before I even left. Last October, we increased Xbox console price by $20 to $70 in the U.S. We hoped another price increase would not be necessary, and we have spent the last several months working with suppliers on options. Unfortunately, console storage and memory prices have increased by more than 2.5x, and we expect another doubling by the fall of 2027. The entire consumer electronics industry is struggling with the current component crisis, but the effects are particularly hard on consoles. Unlike phones, computers, speakers, and other consumer devices, consoles are typically not sold at a profit, but instead for far less than the cost could make. What they're saying here is, if you're selling a phone or you're selling an electronics device and it has a profit baked in, so if you go buy something for $50, okay, what they'll do is they'll bake profit into that. And what happens when component prices go up is it eats into their profit. That's not something that consoles typically do. They're losing money, and so what you're doing is you're increasing the loss. That's the problem here. Today we're also sharing programs to make Xbox consoles more accessible. A buy now, pay later program where eligible hardware purchases through Microsoft stores, you can break up your payments to predictable short-term interest-free installments. Interest-free financing. Be really careful with this, guys. Really, really careful. Anytime you do interest-free financing, you have to read the fine print. Commonly, if you miss a payment, you're going to pay the entirety of the interest that you would have owed if there was interest. Please read the fine print on anything that you ever do like this. This kind of thing can be very predatory. I'm not saying that this is. I'm saying double check that you don't get absolutely lambasted with back paid interest if you miss a payment or something, because that's commonly what they do with the 0% financing. That's how they make their money. Previously played consoles, so they are working with retail partners on new programs to provide previously played consoles at lower prices. Players who are ready to upgrade or no longer use their console will be able to trade it in for participating retailers for store credit. Those consoles will then be made available for people at lower prices. There's going to be certified refurbished ones as well. That can end up saving you money, up to $100 off. The Xbox Series S remains the lowest cost way for players to play Assassin's Creed, Black Flag, Resync, Modern Warfare 4, Gears of War E-Day, Grand Theft Auto 6, Halo Campaign Evolved, and Madden. There you go. So not great, not great. Obviously, So let me get the member count going, and let's get all these memberships added. You guys are going absolutely crazy. I got to scroll up here. And I need to go into studio mode here. I'm not sure what happens. Sometimes when I go live, after I've been away for a while, it's weird. It's like I have to kick the dust off the computer. It doesn't like the multi-streaming app, and it crashed OBS. So Twitch, you got 2 streams today. A quick one and then the second one. Okay, so Haseo kicked off the day. Han shot first, and so did you. A 5-bomb comes in from Haseo, and he also renewed his VIP+. Darth Nihilus says, welcome back, renews their membership. And then Kat, longtime supporter of the channel, Kat with a VIP in 65 months. 62 months from Sorcerer says, welcome back, my friend. Thank you. And then Haseo dropped a 20-bomb during the opener. That's a huge one. Ganks does 64 months and a VIP. Welcome back, homie. Hope you had a good vacation. 29 months from Barris Champion says the internet doesn't understand that too many people don't care about physical. And then a 10-bomb comes in from Hidden Siryu. Thank you very much, Hidden Siryu, for that continued support of the channel. Liquid Smoke with 62 months says, welcome back. Thank you, Liquid. Ain't Got No Games renews. My man Mike on a mic hitting 52 months says, welcome back, sir. Thank you, sir. Raven's going to drop a 53-month renewal. And then, thank you, Raven. Ginger hits 59 months. That's a lot of months. Financing is such a major red flag in my opinion. My advice, save up and own it. Don't get locked into payments. Silver Subaru with 66 months says, let's freaking go. Keep up the good work, Lono. Thank you so much. And 80JC hits 59 months and says, let's get back to it. And then we do have Hilly renewing on Purple with the Prime. Thank you for 19 months. Eric renews with a Prime as well and gets us halfway to the first 100 of the week. And Kat drops a 20-bomb on YouTube. Boy, do we need it. We missed the goal the week before I went out of town, and when I go out of town, nobody's hitting the goal. So we certainly need it. So thank you so much. And then Ginger also renewed his Prime on Purple as well. Thank you guys for the continued support. Seriously, I'll try to have some really, really good goals. Obviously, the 500 is a stream on Saturday with Madam. 750, we'll play a game. And then 1,000, we'll play a game with you guys. We'll come up with something. We'll just gradually. So let's try to double the goal this week because it is, boy, oh boy, when we miss a week, it hurts. And I know you guys miss the shows, and I miss being here. So we got one more thing to look at for the show open here. QBZ, thank you so much for renewing. 47 months says, fight for ownership, not discs. This is correct. Okay, so let me just here, and then Edward Hulse, thank you, Edward Hulse, for 36 months. Let me just pause the Ring cameras. My family is going somewhere, and I am going to get obliterated by that. Over the next 10 minutes. My phone's going to buzz. Okay, here we go. So let me just quickly do a segment on Beast of Reincarnation just so you guys know what is going on, all right? You were getting audio delay on Purple, Yeah, you might. I don't know what's going on in purple. It says that my bitrate is unstable. I'm not quite sure what that means. They've offered the ability to do enhanced broadcasting, and they said they've updated it, but I think they messed something up. Def Side, thank you for 53 months. Hilly says his is fine. Okay, good. There we go, getting us to 73. Good on your end. Okay, I'm going to turn on a channel skin over there as well that we got coming back for the Lantern show on DC. Okay, let's just do quickly a segment about, hang on, I need to come out of the frame and go back into the frame so that later when I add the timestamp, I don't make somebody click on the timestamp and listen to what I just did. Okay, so Beast of Reincarnation, hands-on, parry-rich combat, and the cutest mutant pup. Now, here's something you need to know about Beast of Reincarnation, okay? I'm not saying that this is a bad game or that it's not going to be any good, but the game itself has an embargo, a review embargo, that ends at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, okay? That's a little strange. That's like right before the game releases. I've never been a big fan of that. I really would have enjoyed today being able to read this morning with you guys Beast of Reincarnation reviews. So here's what we'll do tomorrow. If you're watching this later, we're going to read this hands-on from PlayStation, but this is essentially an advertisement. It's going to be helpful and insightful, but it's not a review, okay? I will boot up tomorrow. It'll be a slightly later start tomorrow as well. I scheduled a meeting. When we were experimenting with going live at noon, I scheduled this meeting, okay? So just like today, tomorrow I'll probably be live around 10, okay? 10 Eastern instead of 9, all right? We will do a review roundup of Beast of Reincarnation. We'll kind of chop it up for an hour or two, and then we're going to play the game tomorrow. So you're going to get a double segment tomorrow. If you're curious about the game, we'll check out the reviews together, then we'll check out the game together, okay? So let's just kind of read through here what PlayStation is saying. They're saying even from its full reveal, it was making the right noises. This is all puff. Okay, so a world mutated mystery. Okay, so 4026 Japan is not a place that we would recognize. Plants, birds, beasts, and even humans have been overwhelmingly corrupted by a strange cataclysm called the Blight. So we've got a fairly generic foundational piece of the story here. This is like, you know, there's so many games that do this now, and I think that's fine. I don't need a super deep and rich story for a combat-focused game. Entire Blight forests have spread their poison far and wide, pushing the remnants of humanity into scattered elements. I mean, this is why I want to get into more, and hopefully you guys enjoy this. I've got some planned content. I want to start analyzing the philosophy within games. I think there's a reason that this is happening. I think the reason that people are commonly writing these stories about, like, there's a blight and it's ruining nature, it's because that's us. It's basically some form of, like, anthropological commentary on humanity and, like, what we do to existence. And it could be fun to do analyzation of that. But I think that's why we're seeing those stories crop up more and more. We're kind of sensing that. And a chief to all the mutates are the Nushi, okay? These are powerful and often colossal beings who spread fear and destruction wherever they roam. The cause for all of this is said to be a fabled beast of reincarnation, which resurrects every 100 years, and so one person is tasked to end the cycle of doom, all right? So, chosen one, gonna go end it. Blighted from birth, Emma is an outcast with no memory of her origins. She's initially stoic and near emotionless, punished by her colony for affliction, but her condition also makes her valuable, able to absorb the powers of each defeated Nushi to herself, and then aim of using that power is to kill the beast. Of course, as the game progresses, you discover that it's not so simple, but for us as players, it makes Emma the perfect character to explore beautiful but sinister forests, the crumbling ruins of civilization, waterlogged underground bases, and mysterious habitats. This is very, very similar to how they kind of set up Horizon, which is a great game. I like, you have the outsider who has some way of interacting with the things that, like, everybody is scared of, right? You had Aloy, she was the outsider, and she had this thing that she discovered that allowed her to interact with the, big robotic beasts. This is a very, very similar idea, but I think this is going to be way more combat focused, which is why I'm very excited for this game. Emma is an incredibly versatile protagonist, feeling light and agile on the DualSense controller. She's equipped with swift sword swipes via R1 that can be chained into a combo, projectile weapons including bolts and arrows that can offer a tinge of resistance when pulled on an adaptive trigger, a nimble dodge with a tap of the circle button, and a block and parry using L1. So you guys know I'm in. You guys know I'm in, right? I love a good parry. And this is where Souls fans will rejoice because the parry is the key to survival. Fighting against early beasts and basic corrupted golems, humans who escape the blight by trapping their souls inside a machine. It was fun and easy enough, but hacking away on R1 won't get you very far against the smarter and tougher foes. My first encounter with Chapter 1's tricky boss, a colossal deer-like Nishi, I think it's new. I thought it was Nushi. Was just a hint of what is to come. It's vicious and repeated antler attacks requiring parries to open up a counterattack. Now, later in the game, many bosses and enemies with more complex and blockable assaults required pinpoint parries and counters to win. Timing is everything. And here you can see the antler swinging. This is to me, this is a little reminiscent of First Berserker Kazan and Lies of P, so I'm kind of excited to play this one. Now, thankfully, that's not everything to Beast of Reincarnation's layered combat system. Antagonists can be staggered by reducing their relevant meter with multiple attacks and leaving them open to a finisher using R1. I was able to perform instant kills on grunts by sneaking up on them or taking satisfying headshots with a projectile, while the square button unleashes Emma's devastatingly effective Nushi skills and blade arts combos. But mastering her blight abilities is the real game changer. Tapping R2 when a jump point is highlighted in the environment fires out root-like tendrils of her hair to yank Emma to higher areas. Similarly, holding down R2 creates a temporary hair platform that Emma can walk across, and the cross button raises Emma high into the air with her locks. Using her verticality as a distancing technique was not only valuable in combat, but it meant I could utilize a death from above assassination with R1. This leveled the field against multiple enemies who have cone of vision that I could exploit, and it led to a rewarding victory in a particular fight against a tough pike-wielding golem and his small army. Thank you. Wired Rope just dropped a 10 bomb on Twitch. Thank you so much. That's a big one. He's keeping the hype train going. The hype train was about to end, I believe. So thank you so much, Wired Rope. We're at 83 already. Let's aim to be double every day this week. Let's aim for 200 a day so we can kind of get to that second and third goal of the week. And then Emma's best boy is by her side. So you have a large wolf-like Ku is the perfect battle companion, able to be directed to attack enemies or utilizing his powerful bloom arts, a turn-based menu-style special attack, which you select using triangle. If I was able to time my following button presses correctly during a short corresponding minigame, Ku's bloom art skills are invaluable, especially as the fluorescence points used to unleash them are earned via successful parries. So it sounds like if you're doing like really good parries, you'll be able to use your wolf bloom stuff more. When combined with Emma's time-slowing entanglement overdrive after pressing L3 and R3 together, sounds like it's kind of like a super, the duo quickly became a formidable force in my hands. So they're showing here, it looks like, yeah, she's using the her wolf companion then, and she did a successful timing there. That was very reminiscent of the controls in Expedition 33. Ku also guides you to objectives with a visual pheromone indicator, barks when he finds something of interest, and even brings back items to Emma. While Ku has his own life bar, he's hardy and capable, and you can expand his skill slots by increasing Emma's rapport with him via petting him, creating a pleasing tremble on the DualSense controller haptics, giving him treats, and keeping him clean via a shower available in the Cleanse Walker, Emma's mobile base. So you can pet him and give him baths, and he's the bestest of boys. I mean, just look at him. Food systems and skill trees. There's a lot of hidden depth in Beast of Reincarnation 2. Multiple weapons can be found, and enhanced skill trees for both Emma and Ku meant I was unlocking more abilities as I progressed. Different enemy types fought each other on sight, making combat even more entertaining, and the presence of the mysterious Violet, who only Emma can see and hear, offered intriguing questions for the narrative. And that's not even mentioning the importance of food. Emma and Ku will only naturally heal from their wounds if their hunger gauge isn't empty. But food also offers bonuses to your stats like HP, attack, and defense. So they're not just another resource check. And better yet, Emma's surrogate little sister can cook meals from ingredients that you find on the field. Her culinary skills increase the more you engage with her. And her meals they become more expansive and beneficial based on the recipes that you bring back. I was able to raise a chicken for eggs and grow crops on the Cleanse Walker to give Kargua more food options with different seedlings having various harvest times. A beastly battle. Okay, this is the last part. Emma and Ku's adventure is a lengthy one full of intrigue and tender narrative beats to accompany its rousing and challenging combat. So, if you're game for the hunt, you better sharpen your sword skills ahead of Beast Reincarnation's PS5 release on August the 4th. So we will be checking that out tomorrow. We will be looking at the reviews. And as far as I know, there is indeed difficulty settings in this. So we could obviously experiment with that tomorrow and see what it looks like. So, there you go. That is sort of the 3 opening stories of the day. What have you guys been up to? What do you want to talk about? And what'd you do while I was gone? These are important questions. You started playing Banishers over the weekend. You can switch between attackers. It works well. Yeah, Banishers was okay. It had performance issues, and I never felt like combat felt that amazing. It was always a little tight. I don't know, a little clunky. Excuse me. It always had like a clunkiness to it. It was like, I don't know. It was a very, very good game, and I did like the characters, and I did like the narrative. No, I have not seen Spider-Man yet. It says the same game. The game goes live on in 2 hours on Steam. That's a little strange. That's so weird. Like, the embargo's at like 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. I don't think you're able to play it on the consoles before then. Gaming YouTube was doom and gloom while you were gone, so you didn't miss much. Yeah, I was watching the news cycles here and there, and I was like, I didn't pull out my phone. I mean, I had my phone with me, but like, I didn't put up my phone on like a stand with my mics to make a video. I didn't see anything really worth talking about. Been having an awesome time with Splatoon Raiders. It's okay, not bad, not good, just something to play. I like the stories, though. Yeah, the stories in that game were pretty good. I thought the stories in Banishers were pretty dope. Let's see here. When you left and we had no show, Gears all day had multiplayer. Oh, that's right. There was the multiplayer breakdown. I forgot to pull that up and check that out. I have seen nothing but like good reactions to the Horde mode. I'm anxious to watch it. I haven't had a chance. We got in last night. We unpacked. We made dinner, and I was like, I'm not working tonight. I was like, I'm spent. I was like, let's just sit down. We'll watch a movie, you know. And then I was like, I'm not setting an alarm. Like, I need to have a little bit of a recoup morning before I dive back into work. Because, you know, whenever you take a trip like that, it's not always restful for the parents. You know what I mean? Like, I'm loading and unloading the car. I'm driving the entire way. So I was like, I need at least one normal like recoup morning before we dive back in, because it's about to get pretty busy. There's about to be a lot of releases and a lot of things to cover. Hopefully we can move away from, you know, the negativity. It just isn't fun to cover all that stuff. I mean, we have to cover it. It happens, but just not a fun time. Yeah, we covered the Xbox price hike, and a 5-bomb comes in from Behemoth. Thank you so much, getting us to 88. We're already knocking on the door of 100 members. I've only been streaming for like 30 minutes. So make sure that you guys are hitting that like button. Try to get us to 200 likes. I look tan. I was outside quite a bit. At the family reunion, I was playing soccer with the kids, like with my son and some of the other kids. I got a little toasted. Soccer's getting ready to start. So very excited to be back out there coaching and hanging out with the kids. Watched Masters of the Universe over the weekend. It was pretty good. Yeah, it's on Amazon. I almost watched it with Madam, but I don't think she would like it. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat over there on YouTube. Gears is basically 100% relying on Steam because the Xbox sales are going to be bleak. Vix Vapor with the Prime. Thank you very much, Vix, for doing 20 months and your Prime. Guys, don't forget to check those Primes. And don't forget to celebrate your renewals on YouTube. They all add up and they all count. Out of the basement, into the sun. That's right. Let's see here. Yeah, we might get a GTA 6 video this week. There might be the gameplay trailer may drop. I'm seeing people speculate about that it could be this week, because this week is their earnings call. So Thursday could be a big day. We could finally get an actual look. Welcome back, Reforge. I wonder what happened to boycotting Sony. Spider-Man is breaking all records, and even the games are getting more sales now. Well, it's a really, really humbling thing to realize that, like, you don't have a lot of power in these scenarios, you know, and I know people don't like to admit that, and I know people don't like to feel that way. I think a lot of the expression of anger on Twitter and, you know, YouTube live chats and YouTube comment sections and all these other places where you can express your opinion, you know, I think you should do that, but I also think you should do it with a dose of, like, reality of, like, it might not lead to anything. Now, that doesn't mean you shouldn't say it, but you just need to know that, like, it might not actually make a difference. DK Baker gifts a single to get us to a nice crisp 90 on the member count. He's hoping somebody drops a 10 bomb. Loch Ness, thank you so much for renewing. VIP, 52 months. Welcome back. Hope vacation was enjoyable. Yeah, we had a great time. Thank you very much, Loch Ness. You missed that Halo campaign Evolve flopped. It flopped? Who's saying that it flopped? Did you hear them tell it they won? Sony said the word cautious, so they totally won. I mean, okay. I mean, they're being cautious because they're likely being cautious because they understand the costs involved. Like, I don't necessarily think they're worried. I mean, I think they're worried about a handful of things. I think they're probably more worried about regulators stepping in and saying, hey, you're taking choice away, so the digital ecosystem needs to evolve. Like, if you're going to evolve as a company and what you offer people, then you need to evolve your ecosystem. Diamond Dog with 26 months gets us to 92. Is Beast of Reincarnation the start of a big amount of games raining down? Yes, it's like the first. Yes, it is. Yeah, I don't know who in the world thinks that they won. I mean, listen, if you want to hold to your principles and you want to hold to your convictions and you want to, yeah, we had a little bit of a blip there. I think we switched ingest servers. If you want to hold to your principles and you want to hold to your convictions and you decide you're done with PlayStation, okay, like, more power to you. I mean, I think you're going to have an extremely hard time convincing other people to do it, okay? But more power to you. Like, I'm not going to try to convince you to not hold to your principles. Like, if that's where you land as a consumer, okay, that's fine. Now it's down to 11 to 14,000. Most players on Steam for Halo Campaign Evolve was 25 to 26,000. Now it's down to 11 to 14. So a single player remake, you're judging the game's success based off of Steam chart numbers for a single player remake without multiplayer. I don't necessarily know if that's an indication of a game's success or failings. I don't agree with that. I don't know if anybody expected Halo Campaign Evolved to be a chart-topping, monumental success, but that doesn't mean it's a flop and a failure. Does that make sense? You keep thinking gaming is going to be good as a rich man hobby. It's very bad for it. PlayStation 6 doesn't sell good. What do you think is going to be what devs develop for? PS5, just like the Wii U? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. I don't think it's ever been a poor man's hobby. I think it's always been a rich man's hobby. It's always been expensive. You know? It's always been an expensive hobby. I don't think it's ever been cheap. I don't want to see people priced out of the hobby. Nobody wants to see that. I don't want somebody being like, yeah, I can't do this. But I don't necessarily think that the gaming marketplace and ecosystem and, like, the gaming economy has ever been relying upon, like, hyper frugal or hyper economical consumers. It's been dependent upon people, like, who have money and want to spend money. That's just super. That it's been that way for a while. I don't think it's ever not been that way. Back when my parents got me a Nintendo, I don't even know how long they saved to get us one. It was like, I don't celebrate people being priced out of the hobby, but I don't think it's ever not been something that was expensive. Historically speaking, if you look at the prices of consoles and if you look at the prices of the games, it was always very expensive. Now, I think the difference was, you would save up and you'd buy the console, and then you'd buy, one, maybe two games, and you probably wouldn't buy any games for a really, really long time. Now we're staring down the barrel of release schedules where, like, every 6 days something massive's coming out. A $5 super chat from Social Destruct says, one of my most wanted games is Star Wars Galactic Racing. Hope you have a preview key for it. Thank you very much. Give me 1 second. I was just going to be sneezing your guys' like ears off. So I was like, want to quickly make sure that I wasn't doing that. Yeah, I think the Star Wars Galactic Racing game looks really, really fun. And I don't typically play racers. And a single comes in from Bareth. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But yeah, like, I don't, and this is not a gaming thing either. Like, it's not a gaming thing. Like, this is a hardware problem. Like, it's a hardware crisis that, like, I don't think anybody really could have foreseen coming. Like, nobody. People that are big into PC gaming couldn't have foreseen this. I mean, some people might have sensed it and quickly upgraded, bought a rig, built a rig or something. But I don't necessarily think a lot of people could see this coming. And I don't necessarily think that, like, what it's doing to gaming is like this. I don't think it's necessarily like a permanent blemish on gaming in general. Like, I think it's going to have an effect. I think we'll see people probably maybe, play less or spend less. But I don't think you're going to see like a massive, crash, unless, of course, there's never any course correction on hardware. If hardware never course corrects, then sure. We could be in a situation where, like, eventually it just becomes ridiculous. But I think eventually markets correct. I don't necessarily think they stay on these trajectories, because then eventually things are just sitting in warehouses. I don't necessarily think that we're headed to where, like, yep, gaming is basically going to be dead in 20 years. I think generally these things over time start to correct themselves. So, and I don't know if, to the person that said Halo campaign evolved is a flop or whatever. I don't think looking at Steam charts for that game is an indication of whether or not it flopped. Now, the hope would be that they recouped their costs and that it's keeping, the brand of Halo in the public. That's obviously the hope, is that, because I think a future and a good Halo is a good thing. I don't like seeing franchises die. Now, if a studio decides they don't want to continue a franchise and they want to do a new one, that's totally fine by me. If that's what they want to do. But we don't want to see Halo die because, people don't want to play it anymore. Now, you have to respond to market demand. If the market is saying we don't really like that game anymore, I mean, this is something that like arena shooters have had to deal with. This happened to games that, over their history, they went from being the biggest and the baddest and the most played to being sort of forgotten about. Like, eventually games like Quake and even like arena-style Call of Duty is not nearly as in demand as like Battle Royale Call of Duty. So you will start to see the market say, yeah, we don't really want that anymore. That tends to happen over time. Now, you see comebacks. You see genres and game types make comebacks. You do. You've seen it with 2D HD. You've seen it with platformers. You've seen it with, we're seeing more and more games that look like classic, like Nintendo era turn-based games. I don't necessarily know if that means that a franchise can necessarily come back. Like, we don't want to conflate our categories. Like, you've got franchises and then you have genres. I just don't know if Halo's ever going to be dominant again. I don't know if it has the ability to be. I think they should try, but I don't know if they can. The ship may have collectively and culturally sailed. This tends to happen. Trends within consumer behavior emerge, and then certain things just don't work anymore. They're not in demand anymore. Dean Bromley with 20 months. Thank you so much. Social Destruct with a $5 super chat says, introducing Halo to the PlayStation platform and not including multiplayer was a huge mistake. Bringing the Master Chief Collection would have been better. Let me, I always forget to do this. Let me start a 5 super chat goal over there. We'll run it for the 3 hours. I will gift a member. Let's go ahead and do that now. You guys can create that confetti at the top of the chat. I want to honor the fact that a lot of you guys do lots of super chats, and that is another great way to support what we do here. Mirror Blood says, Halo died years ago. It'll never come back unless the old devs come back. Here again is my thought on that. It isn't necessarily always a matter of, I think this is a common trope that people always buy into. It's the good old days trope. And I think people think that if you just get the band back together again, everything can be how it was. Everything can be how it was. And there was an episode of when Louis C.K. had that TV show, I think it was on Netflix or whatever. There was an episode of the show where he was on vacation and he runs into this random guy. I think the guy spoke Spanish. Thank you, Cardoc Ren, for gifting one to feed. We are exactly 5 away from 100. Who's going to seal the deal at 100? You'll be the first gifted member of the week. I have no idea who got the first couple because you guys were both gifting. But the next 5 bomb, your platform gets the first gifted of the week from me. And so he's on vacation and he runs into this guy. And the guy speaks Spanish, but he also speaks English. So he brings Louis to his party, to his family. Louis having a blast. It's this sort of random, really, really cool thing. And Cardoc Ren drops the 5 bomb on Twitch. So I owe it over there. Well, what Louis ends up doing, though, is he thinks, I want to do that again. That was really fun. So he reschedules his flight for like a day. He skips his flight, and he goes back, and he finds the guy at the bar, and he's like, hey, I thought we'd hang out again tonight. And the guy's like, what? He's like, no, I gotta work. Nobody's partying tonight. Nothing's going on. It was like everything lined up for that one special evening. And this is something Louis commonly did with his show. It was almost sort of this honest look at reality and how, it wasn't fatalistic, but it was also sort of like, it was kind of sobering to be like, yeah, when fun things like that happen, it's hard to recreate them. I remember once we were packing up to leave like a summer camp or whatever. And then we went back like a week or two later to tear stuff down, okay? It was like, I forget what we were doing. We were tearing, it wasn't sound equipment, but it was something that we had left. We had left stuff there. So we go back to the summer camp, and it's empty. It's quiet. It's also kind of raining. It's kind of wet. And there was something depressing about it. Why? Well, nobody was there. Summer camp can't happen without the people, right? And so I think we commonly fall prey to this. We think like, well, if we could just get the band back together again, if we could just get the guys that made that game back together again, we could make this game could be amazing. And I think the harsh reality that a lot of people need to admit is that a lot of these games were amazing in their time. They were. I played nothing but Mario Kart for the longest time. I played nothing but GoldenEye for the longest time. I played nothing but Quake 2 and Quake 3 for the longest time. I lived in these games. Okay? They were awesome in their time. If you rip them from that time, if you rip them from that context, and you tried to do it now,
Do it now. Try to launch an extremely successful live service GoldenEye. Do it. You and I both know that if a company tried to do that, it wouldn't work. It was amazing in its time. Now, what I'm saying doesn't actually take away from how amazing it was. I'm kind of trying to elevate how amazing it was. It was like, it was so crazy and awesome back then. That doesn't mean it would be crazy and awesome now. It doesn't, like, and I wonder if sometimes, like, with a game like Halo, with a franchise like Halo, have we moved beyond when it can be awesome? Has that era of time gone to pasture? Because Halo is, in many respects, it's console's Quake. It's console's Doom. Like, PC land had Doom and had Quake and had sort of the birth of first-person shooters. That's what Halo is for the console environment. You could go back to GoldenEye and say it was GoldenEye, but it really was Halo. Okay, well, let's look at PC. Eventually, Doom and Quake are just sort of like, they're back there and they're awesome in their own way. Now, the modern Dooms, Doom 2016, Doom Eternal, I would even say Doom the Dark Ages, I think they're wonderful modern interpretations of that franchise. I think they did a great, great job iterating, innovating, creating. I think they did a great job. But here's the thing. Is Doom right now the game? Is it the game? No, it's not. Doom isn't him. It's fun. It's excellent. Its software does amazing work. I still don't like what's happening to them. I don't like what Microsoft and Xbox has done to them. I thought the Doom the Dark Ages Revelation DLC was very, very good, very well built. They really listened to feedback. But Doom is not the game right now. Not like it was back then. And I'm thinking, it's also possible that Halo has gone through a very similar thing. Green Soldier Man shoots aliens, demons, revolutionary. Yeah, I saw a lot of squabbling, about this on Twitter and stuff, about how, like, people are like, yeah, this game is just kind of not it. It's kind of boring. It's kind of, if you don't have a nostalgic attachment, if you don't have a nostalgic attachment, there we go. I can speak good. If you don't have that attachment to Halo, then Campaign Evolved is kind of like I thought it looked good. It had a sci-fi vibe, but that was it. It was like, yeah, this is fine. This is good. I'm not like over the moon. I didn't drop everything to roll credits on it. I'll tell you this, I wasn't thinking about it when I wasn't playing it. I wasn't thinking about being back in there and playing more and continuing. It had zero effect on me. It was like, yeah, that was fine. Yeah, like we're attacking people with nostalgia, sign me up. Well, I'm not attacking them. I think they're well within their rights to be excited and celebrate it and enjoy it. But I also think other people are well within their right to be like, this is kind of boring. This is kind of boring. Speak well. You understand that I said I speak good as a joke, right? I speak good. That's literally the joke. But yeah, there's a part of me that thinks the franchise itself could be in that department. Isn't God of War and Spider-Man story-only games? I don't understand the relevance of your question. What are you asking about? Asking people to buy Halo on PlayStation without any multiplayer is a huge fumble. You've expressed that opinion. I get where you're coming from. Let me explain why it probably made good sense. Okay? They had to spend a bunch of money developing it, building it, and a week or two was going to go by and nobody was really going to be playing. Do you see, Was it worth? Oh, you caught the joke. Okay, you weren't correcting me. You caught the joke. Just be honest. Just be honest. Do you honestly think it was worth them spending money on the multiplayer? I don't think it would have gone anywhere. I don't think that they'd be like, people would be like beating down the door to be like, oh my gosh, you gotta play Halo Campaign of all PvP. It is so good. I can't stop playing and the streams are popping off. It's lit, bro. Like, if people even say that anymore. I don't think it was worth a minute of their time, budget, or energy to work on multiplayer. I just don't think so. Halo CE is my second favorite Halo campaign, and this remake is awful. It runs like crap, mouse aim feels awful, controller aim assist is too strong. I hated the new female character, and Johnson is corny. I saw Halo fans echoing your sentiment that they didn't think it was very good. I saw people saying that. They were like, this is not good. I saw Halo fans that were like, what is this? You know? And I mean, again, I played it. It was fine. There were performance issues. It was very unremarkable. You know, I wasn't thinking about it when I wasn't playing it. I wasn't. You know, when I was playing Pragmata, I was thinking about playing Pragmata when I wasn't playing it. I was like, I can't wait to get back in there. It's really cool. Derek says, Halo as a franchise had a long time to build nostalgia. It makes plenty of sense to want more Halo. This community got 2 games and is asking for more Destiny. Of course, the Halo peeps want more. Well, I think the dilemma with the Halo peeps is I think they've just shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. I don't think you're wrong that, like, Halo fans want more Halo. The question becomes, are there enough of them? There were Quake fans that were really excited that Quake was doing more Quake stuff, but there weren't enough of them. There was a time where there was a thing, there was a push, and there was a new Quake, and there was this thing they were trying to do, and it died. It died really fast. Wired Rope says the Halo peeps also might have died literally. It's very true. They're getting older. They might. It's not even dead. They might be dead as a gamer. They might just not game anymore. I know you didn't rate it too highly, but Crimson Desert sustained player numbers were insane. Halo got nowhere even near. Well, I think Crimson Desert was in a different category globally. I think it had a very, very big draw across the globe. Halo does have a disadvantage as being largely popular in like the US and Europe. Halo's not super popular like in any of the Asian countries because it's Microsoft owned. It's attached to, like, you know, American companies. That's gonna hurt you in the global gaming market. If you're unappealing to Asia, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be hard to rival something like a Crimson Desert. Crimson Desert had a global appeal that really, really helped it. I can't forgive the devs for the brain-dead AI, missing graphics, floating pelicans without engine effects, poor frames, bullets that leave floating marks on the environment. Hadigan, I'm going to tell you this right now. It's a continued trend from Xbox Game Studios that I'm not surprised by. They don't care about quality. They care about cadence. They want games out on a schedule. They don't care if it makes Halo look bad, because the truth of the matter is they don't care about Halo. They don't. The way they've treated Halo as a company, they've not treated it with reverence and respect like this sacred cow of, you know, this thing must be, you know, treated with reverence and respect. Absolutely not. No, they haven't. They have a track record of treating Halo very, very flippantly. And I'm not surprised at all. When I see performance issues and I saw the floating bullet markers, and I saw people reporting all sorts of different performance issues and AI acting like this, and I've seen all the clips. It didn't surprise me at all. It doesn't surprise me. When an Xbox game studio comes out is clearly unfinished and not ready, I'm like, yeah, that's pretty much on brand for them at this point. They prioritize cadence over quality. I've said this for years. When you're subservient to a subservice in Game Pass, that's what they're going to do. I don't know what to tell you. Like, remember when Spider-Man 2 released and there were glitches? Do you remember how weird that felt? Do you ever ask yourself why that got so much press and attention? It was unexpected. It's like the MVP player having an off night. You're like, whoa, like nobody talks about the mediocre player or the below average player having a bad game. Nobody talks about that. No one's like, can you believe this guy that averages 5 points a game only got 3 tonight? No one's saying anything about that. Oh, wow. Right? But when the MVP, who averages 20-something points a game, only gets 11, you're like, woo, what happened? Did the defense shut him down? Was he sick? Did he get injured? Like, what happened, right? You talk about it because the expectation is that shouldn't happen. Spider-Man 2 having glitches, I remember being extremely surprised by that. I was like, that's not something that Insomniac is known for. Insomniac is known for quality. I played Ratchet, Spider-Man 1, I played Miles, and I'm like, these guys deliver really, really polished games. Okay? However, here's the thing about those glitches. Jesse says, I got 2 glitches in my Spider-Man playthrough. I was so annoyed at the news coverage. It was so overstated. There were also people going into photo mode and faking glitches. Like, that was totally a thing. The one guy got caught, like, literally faking glitches. So, like, I'm shocked when a PlayStation studio releases something and has, like, glitches. I'm like, wait, whoa, what's going on here, you know? Now, certain game types are more conducive to glitches and bugs. Like, I expect a game like Blood of Dawnwalker or Beast of Reincarnation or, you know, we saw all the stuff with Crimson Desert. I expect those games to be more prone to glitches and bugs because of the size and the scope of the game. But Halo Campaign Evolved, a remake, and it's just the campaign. I don't think that's excusable. I don't think anybody should shrug that off, but I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised at all. It's very much on brand for them to hit a release date and for the game to have a bunch of nagging issues that should be resolved, or like shipping games at 30 or what have you. That's my take. I mean, if you've got a different take, that's fine. That's how I see it. I see Xbox Game Studios operating under a rubric of you need to get these games out. Cadence is what matters. And it's very, very analogous to Disney being like, we want a new Star Wars game every 6 months. It's extremely similar. I asked you before in the comments, what do you think the budget was? I have no idea. Gaming budgets are one of the hardest things to speculate and report on now because we get massively inflated claims. We get misleading coverage, right? I saw a bunch of people that were upset about PlayStation and the physical thing. And I see people say this. I just want you to, I'm just going to say some things. And I want you to hear them. And I want you to ask the question. Is that accurate? Is that true? That's all you're doing. All right. I'm just going to say some things. And I want you to say to yourself, is that true? Okay. These are people that are upset about the PlayStation situation and the physical thing. And they're rattling off bullet points of how PlayStation has failed. And they're terrible. All right. Now, you can have the opinion that they're terrible or whatever. So here's them backing it up. PlayStation spent $500 million on Concord. Remember, you're asking the question, is that true? Is that accurate? Is that factual? So PlayStation spent $500 million on Concord. Statement 1 I saw. Statement 2. PlayStation killed Destiny. Is that true? Do you think that that's factually accurate? Do you think that people looked at the history of the game and Bungie and everything? Is that something that PlayStation did? They're the causality in the death of Destiny? The decline of Destiny? Statement 3. So we got 2. Statement 3. PlayStation forced Bluepoint to work on a live service game. PlayStation forced Bluepoint to work on a live service game. Is that true? Have we heard any indication that that's accurate? No? Okay. What was the other one? I think the fourth one was just they've wasted a bunch of money on live service games. Okay. I think we can probably agree with that one. There's been time, energy, and money wasted on live service efforts. I think that's fair. Welcome back. Thank you, Pan Gamer. Okay. We have evidence to the contrary of the Concord claim. PlayStation spent $500 million on Concord. No, they didn't. We have literal evidence and reporting and claims to the contrary that funding came from outside of PlayStation. That was sourced from equity firms and investment firms and whatever. I don't know how it all works. Okay. We have zero evidence that they killed Destiny. We have zero evidence, again, quite to the contrary, that they forced Bluepoint to work on a live service game. Third one, they wasted money on live service. Okay, yeah, we can agree with that one. Okay, so I went through all that with you to display a point that right now, if you don't like something, you can basically just make stuff up to justify not liking it. You can do the same thing with people. If you don't like somebody, you just make stuff up to justify not liking them. Personally, if I'm going to come to an opinion about a company, a game, or what have you, I'm going to come to that conclusion through factual, true things, not things that have been fabricated. So, when I look at, the pattern of PlayStation first-party studio games, and I feel like we can measure them objectively. I don't care how fun you think they are. I don't care if you think they're woke or if you think the characters are ugly. That's not what we're talking about. If we objectively measure them for problems, bugs, glitches, performance issues, these are things that can be proven at a technical level, at an objective level, not subjective, but at an objective level. I feel at an objective level of just measurement, PlayStation Studios games have a very, very consistent pattern of having almost no to very minimal amount of those issues and problems. When I come to Xbox Studio games, I think the opposite is true. I think the pattern with games from Xbox Game Studios is there are measurable, technical, objective problems. Glitches, bugs, issues, 30 FPS, whatever you want to say. So when someone's like, but what do you think about, Halo Campaign Evolved? I'm like, it's fine. It didn't take long for me to run into issues, and then the entire time that, I was gone, I saw a bunch of tweets and images. So then somebody comes in here today and is like, well, Lono, what do you think the budget for Halo Campaign Evolved is? And I say, I don't really know. I don't know how we could arrive at a conclusive, concrete number, because why? There's just an overwhelming amount of misinformation out there about gaming budgets. You have people running around and they believe it. I saw it stated. PlayStation spent $400 to $500 million on Concord. But you see? So it's like, so if I go and find a video, I could find a video or a tweet right now that could feed my position or opinion about it and be like, what a disaster. What a flop. Halo Campaign Evolved's budget was, $350 million. Around the same as like a Spider-Man game. Ain't no way they're going to have those kind of sales. I just don't think there's a purpose to that. I don't think there's anything. We don't gain anything by engaging in this frivolity of what the heck is this? There's just such a frivolity of emotionally charged arguments fueled by bad data. So the PlayStation backlash and the physical thing, people were screaming for weeks that the data was bad and that they were lying and that they were misrepresenting the data. And then we see the hard, just cold revenue, and it's like, boy, oh boy. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah, Terror Master, we're not going to bring that topic up. We can finally agree that a flop in gaming is where the game doesn't make its budget back. Well, that is one way of defining it. Yes. Yes. You could also say a flop is like a game, like let's say a live service game makes its money back, but then 3 months later it loses all of its players. That game failed to achieve what it set out to do. It flopped, right? So like you could conceivably have a game that makes its money back. You could have a live service game kind of shoot out of a cannon. Everybody buys it. Everybody's playing it. Everybody's doing micros. And then 3 months later, the player base just walks. Now you could say, well, they made their money back. Okay, yes. Okay. So they weren't commercially broke. It wasn't a commercially defunct project, but it failed. It flopped as a live service game. Thank you, Savage Sharkbite, for 59 months. That's an Agents of Chaos right there. Hang on. I owe Twitch 1, and I'm going to do it now. Savage Sharkbite's going to double dip as well. And he drops his VIP on YouTube and gets us to 102. And D-Tom jumps back in and gets us to 103, 59 months. Another 59 months says, hope you had a good vacation. Happy to have you back. Thank you. I appreciate that. We are trying to hit 200 today. We want to double this goal this week because we took a big hit. We missed the goal, and then I went out of town. So let's try and unlock everything this week. We'll do 2 stretch goals this week for the Saturday stream with Madam. Generally, we're headed to a digital future. Well, here's the thing about heading to a digital future. And this is where I think the fight... I was gone last week. We were gone like Tuesday to Sunday. I think this is where the argument needs to be a little bit more fleshed out. And I think PlayStation is aware of this. Hopefully, Lin Tao's comments are an indication that they're aware of this. Okay? And guys, if you're enjoying the show, we've been streaming for about an hour. If you like these daily shows Monday through Friday, I keep them safe for work. The shows are also free. We don't put like a membership thing in front of it. Consider doing a membership or a super chat. If you can't do those things, hit the like button. That helps the video as well. Yeah, there's rumors we might get the GTA 6 trailer 3 this week before the earnings call with Take-Two on Friday. What was I saying? PlayStation ecosystem. Got it. Okay. So, it seems like Lin Tao might be indicating that they're kind of aware of this and they need to consider these things. But if you're going to evolve the PlayStation ecosystem into a digital-only ecosystem, then the ecosystem itself needs to evolve with respect to purchases, refunds, and digital ownership. Thank you, Duke, for your Prime sub. 36 months is a lot of months, getting us to 104. Xbox says physical disc, but it'll be digital conversion. Yeah, the disc to digital thing. And people need to understand something. The disc to digital thing has the exact same end goal in mind. Digital-only consumers. Like, that's the goal. I think PlayStation needs to offer something for people to engage with their discs ongoing, whether it's an external drive or let third-party companies make external drives or something, so that if you buy a PlayStation 6 in the future, you can still engage, back compat with your discs or whatever. I think that would be great to do that for the customer. Now, there's no imperative on them to do it. There was a comment from the guy, a former Rockstar guy, said, well, if the consumers want it, then I think the companies should do it. Okay, let's take that to its logical end. I think companies should give me video games for $1, and I think they should hand deliver them to me with a pizza. Let's all demand $1 games hand delivered with a pizza. Let's all sign a petition and make it clear that that's something that we want. And then let's apply that logic. Well, I think if the customers want it, then the company should provide it. What? No. There's no imperative on a company to do something purely based off of consumers asking for it. Consumer demand is not a literal, vocalized demand. Consumer demand is a measurable thing. It's a mathematical thing that determines whether or not an endeavor is good or bad for future and furthered investments. Consumer demand is not consumers can just demand things of you. That's not how this works. You take a basic economics course, they're not going to be yeah, that's how you define consumer demand, is the consumer's just demanding things. No, consumer demand is a measurable amount of desire from a large enough consumer base to purchase a given good or service. That's what it is. You're measuring how much people want it, and in conjunction with that, you set your price in accordance to supply to make sure you're making profit, per sale or whatever. So when he said that, I was like, just because the consumers want it doesn't mean that you should offer it. It might not be good for you. That's why I went to the absurd degree. I'm using hyperbole. I'm using exaggeration to make a point. Well, I want video games to only be $1, and I want them hand delivered to my house, and they should all come with a pizza. That's an absurd demand. It's equally absurd to ask a company to perpetuate doing something that's bad for their bottom line. It's an absurd request. If I had this lawn mowing business, and I'm coming to your neighborhood to mow your lawn, and I just level with you, and I say, listen, I have to let you go as a customer. I have to drive too far to get here, and all of your neighbors have gone with some sort of a lawn treatment thing, and they won't use me. They don't want me. They have all their yards sprayed, and the grass is not growing. Some new technology thing advances, and they can spray their grass, and it keeps it at a universal length. And you're like, well, I don't believe in that. I don't want to do that. Haseo, thank you for the gift of getting us to 105. We're a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. Okay, and I level with you, and I'm like, the demand in your particular neighborhood is so low, I can no longer come out here. I'm losing money. I'm mowing your lawn and I'm losing money. There's no imperative on me to continue to do that because it's harming my bottom line. So when these companies are looking at all of these various factors of rising costs and raw materials, production, shipping lines, gas prices, all this stuff's in just absolute tumult right now. And a 5 bomb from Haseo gets us to 110. He wants that 200 on a Monday. Thank you, Haseo. It's just so tumultuous right now. So they're saying this is working against our bottom line. And a 5 bomb comes in from Barrett's Chosen. A little bit of a 5 bomb train maybe starting. You guys did one the other week, and it was 60 different people did a 5 bomb. It adds up quick. All right. So Banana Joe says, Haseo, don't overspend if you can't afford it. You said you couldn't anymore. Yeah, Haseo, if you've hit your limit, then stop. Don't let other people gift, brother. Don't overextend yourself. It's lovely that you want to support. You have to stop now. Yeah, if you've hit your limit, please stop. There are other people that can gift. People right now with gray names, some of y'all should consider picking up your own membership anyway. These other folks have been really, really, keeping that member count high on their own. Anyways, insisting that a company continue to do something that is contrary to their bottom line, it's an absurd request. It just is. You're not entitled to it. So to act as if there's like an imperative on them to do it. Thank you, Stoffnader, for jumping back in with a member plus. They don't have a right to remove the movie without compensating the consumer. Now, that's a different conversation. That's a different conversation. I am in agreement with you. Reversing a transaction without the consumer's consent, without the customer's consent, I believe is ethically wrong. I don't care what their stupid terms of service states. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care what the licensure states. I believe it is ethically wrong to reverse a transaction without the customer's consent. You can't initiate a transaction without the customer's consent, so you certainly shouldn't be able to reverse it without the customer's consent. I don't care what the legalese is. I don't care what the TOS says. I don't care what the licensure says. It's ethically wrong. It shouldn't be happening. We got disconnected from Twitch. It's trying to reconnect. I'm still good on YouTube. Okay, I think we got back. Okay, we reconnected to Twitch. Thank you, InnoPlanet, for renewing your membership, getting us to 117. Oh, we're having a really hard time with Twitch right now. I don't think it's my internet, because we're pretty stable on YouTube. Twitch must have had an ingest server problem or something. I think we're back and we're stable. If the license expires, it's out of Sony's hands. I'm not saying that it's Sony is. I'm not saying who is in the wrong. I'm just saying it is ethically wrong. Figure it out. Figure it out. Do you see what I'm saying? This is where the regulators should step in and say, this shouldn't happen. You should not have the right to reverse a transaction without the customer's consent. Oh, and by the way, they're not even really truly reversing the transaction. They're not giving you your money back. Imagine that you went to the grocery store and you purchased a really, really expensive cart of groceries. Okay? Yeah, Twitch is definitely having some trouble today. We're going to disconnect again, I think. Imagine that you buy a really, really expensive cart of groceries. And they stop you at the door. Sneaky Wolf, thank you so much. Says, yo, welcome back. Thank you. And they say, let's say it's at like one of those places like a Sam's Club or a Costco. Thank you, Nitro Fusion, for renewing your membership as well. Okay? So let's say you get to the door after buying, $100 worth of groceries from like a Costco or like a Sam's Club or something. And they stop you at the door and they say, you don't have a membership. You can't have these things. And you're like, okay, I'm sorry. The cashier said it was fine. And then they take the groceries away from you. Now, a reasonable person would expect them to refund you. You'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a claim on these groceries due to some contractual agreement that Costco has. I don't have a membership, therefore I can't leave the premises with the groceries. A reasonable person would expect them to refund your money. I think within the realm of a digital purchase, the same rules should apply. If some unforeseen thing out of the frame is dictating that you have to take the game from me, okay, the game, the music, the movie, whatever, okay, That's fine. A reasonable person would expect to get their money back. Now, somebody would say, but if you've had the game for 6 months, you've been able to play it. If you've had the movie or the music for 6 months, you've been able to play it. Oh, okay. Well, you're still taking something from me that the expectation was that I would continue to have it. Let's say instead at Costco, you bought a microwave for $100, right? And they literally come and seize it from your home after 3 months because they're like, some kind of a law, some kind of a legal thing, I don't know. In the hypothetical, right, they come and they take it from your home. They would refund. A reasonable person would expect a refund. If buying isn't owning, then pirating isn't a crime. Remember that. That's the most philosophically bankrupt thing that I know people continue to say, and it is the most philosophically bankrupt thing ever. It just is. If a company sets terms of service on how you can consume their product, that doesn't mean you have a right to steal it. That's not logical. It is the most illogical, most philosophically bankrupt. Just, it's so low IQ, and it smacks as like being super intelligent and like, oh ho ho. No. If a company brings a service out, they bring a digital thing out, they bring a whatever out, they create it, they make it, and they say, you can buy this, it's a license. They're selling a license. That's what they have decided to do. They have chosen as a business to sell a license to you. You do not have a right to steal it because you disagree with what they're doing. That's not how that works. You could disagree with the fact that Costco charges for a membership to come into the premises to buy food. You don't like the fact that they do that. That doesn't mean you have a right to then go steal. There's no such thing as digital scarcity. That has nothing to do with the philosophical starting position of, if they make the product and deliver it in a way that I don't like, I can steal it. It's philosophically bankrupt. It just is. And this idea that like, oh, but I can because there's no digital scarcity. That doesn't make any sense at all. Steal what? Steal a license is a crime, but for whatever corporate revoking is not wrong. You're not listening. I just said that it's ethically wrong to take it away. I've said that. It's ethically wrong for them to reverse a transaction without the consumer's consent, and it's ethically wrong to reverse the transaction and not compensate the consumer. We are in agreement about that. That does not logically lead to you can steal. No. Right now, PlayStation could just arbitrarily revoke my license to Pragmata. They could just go in and you can't play it anymore. Okay? They can just revoke it and then not compensate me. I believe, and I have the conviction, that that's ethically wrong. They should not be able to do that. Now, they're not exercising their rights to do that, and I agreed to it when I bought Pragmata. Okay? Like, I agreed to it when I bought it, right? I didn't see it anywhere in my transaction, but when you set the account up, when you do all that, you agree to all those things. Okay? So, them enacting that right and me not being compensated, I actually think is ethically wrong. They change TOS from time to time secretly. No, they don't. Legally, they have to tell you when their terms of service or privacy, all those things, they email you. They have to inform you. Like, they literally have to do that legally. That's why you're constantly getting emails about, we've updated our terms of service. We've updated our terms of service. We've updated our terms of service. Homie, I get one of those emails like twice a week. Every platform, you go and use friggin' one of those photo printing websites and you'll get one from them. We've updated our terms of service. They have to inform you, and then you agree to the new terms of service. I just think people go too far with this. They go so far that they formulate a philosophically bankrupt position that, like, well, piracy, if I steal it, it's mine and I own it. And I'm like, no, you don't. You have no claim on something that you stole. You have no claim on something that you acquired unethically. You can't have it both ways. This is where the position is inconsistent. I can hold my position and say, this is ethically wrong for them to take something from somebody, reverse the transaction without the customer's consent, and not compensate them. You can't maintain that that's wrong while also claiming that you should be able to steal, and then therefore you own the thing that you stole. Your position's not logically coherent. It isn't. It's like, well, then it's just pure anarchy. If you can steal it and it's yours and you own it, then they can always take things away, and then you have no recourse of saying that it's wrong. You're just creating digital anarchy. It's like there's no up, there's no down, there's no right, there's no wrong. You're doing like might makes right. If I have the means to do it, that makes it right. Have you ever heard that phrase, might makes right? If I'm strong enough to thump you on the head and take your things, might makes right. I'm allowed to do that. PlayStation's in the power to reverse the transaction and take the thing away from you. I don't think that makes it right. I think that that should be stopped. I think that that should be prevented, and we should be protected against that. You can't argue that that's wrong for them to do and then do the same thing. Might makes right. If I have the ability to steal something and then put it on my hard drive, that makes it right. That makes it okay. I now own it. No, your position's logically incoherent. If you want to maintain that it's wrong for them to do that, then it would be wrong for you to steal as well. Do you see? Thank you for the renewal, First Blood 87. Thanks so much for using your Prime sub on me. We're 5 away from the next milestone. You got brainwashed so much by Sony that you can't even talk properly. Stop shilling those shills. That would do you good. You're not engaging in conversation now. Now you're just throwing around insults. You haven't answered anything that I've said. You're failing to meet the minimal requirement for a conversation. Like, you're not even engaging in anything that I said. If we're calling copyright infringement stealing, we've lost the argument before it started. If I stole a copy of Mario 3 from Funkoland, that's one thing. Downloading a ROM isn't the same. No, downloading a game that you have not purchased is theft. It is. You have no claim on it. You're taking something that is not yours. You know what I mean? It was just a meme. Calm down. I'm perfectly calm. I'm having a conversation that's on the forefront of the digital ownership conversation that's happening in the space right now. If you don't have the ability to engage in the conversation, then just don't. You don't have to take part in it. Friends of Ninjas, thank you for 41 months. Nope, like nobody needs to calm down. I'm perfectly calm. I think this is a good discussion to have. I think that it's on the forefront of the digital ownership conversation. It is like. Yeah, right, Trill? Like, you're losing the argument, so you're just going to ad hominems, and now you're doing projection. Like, calm down, dude, is a projection of, like, oh, he's upset. Let's make it seem like he's upset. I'm not upset at all. I think this is a good conversation to have. I don't think that meets the legal definition of theft. I've taken nothing from Nintendo by downloading a Mario 3 ROM file. If you're talking about games that are no longer in circulation and for sale, that's not an equivalency to the conversation we're having. We're talking about games that are for sale right now. If some indie studio, if they launch their game and it's for sale on Steam and PlayStation or whatever, and somebody figures out how to steal it and they're sending it to all their friends and those people don't have to buy it, no, that's theft. You're stealing from that company. They created something, they invested money and time, energy, man hours to bring something to the market, and you're taking it and not compensating them. That's theft. Yeah, games that are no longer for sale are in a completely different category. It's hard in this conversation for me to always offshoot into the nuanced trail of being like, just so we're clear, I'm not talking about games that you can't buy anymore. I've said for a long time, If you go and download a collection of Coleco games or Atari games that are no longer for sale, that does not classify as theft because you can't buy them anymore. You can't. If like you took, if you had like the original, Star Wars VHS tapes, and you converted them to digital, and you sent them to your friends so they could watch the original unedited versions of Star Wars or whatever, I would be like, I wouldn't classify that as theft because you're taking something that cannot be purchased anymore and you're giving it to people so they can watch the original version. If you took something that was for sale in Target and you did that, you are now stealing. That's something in the market right now that you are not contributing to the purchase of. Like you're giving people a route to not purchase. By the letter of the law, you downloading the ROM is receiving stolen property. To be super rigid, sure. You cannot steal a digital good. It's copyright infringement. I don't think that I don't think that level of nuance is helpful in the conversation. Call it whatever you want. It's wrong. They've created something. It being digital versus physical doesn't mean that you're not stealing. If I write a book, create the book, and put the book into circulation, and then somebody digitizes it, and then you steal the digital version so that you don't have to pay money, right? You're like, well, it's not theft, it's copyright infringement. Isn't copyright infringement under the umbrella of theft? You're stealing something I created. I'm not being compensated for it. That's why I said we lose the argument before it started. We're using the wrong words, literally. I don't think so. No. It's not under that umbrella? I disagree with you. I think philosophically you're incorrect. I disagree with your division of it. I don't agree. I think it's an absolute form of dilution to make it seem like it's not that big of a deal. I believe it is a form of smuggling the fox into the hen house. Like you're trying to smuggle in like a weakened and more like impotent version of what you're doing to make it seem less wrong. I do not agree with you. Philosophically, it is theft. You are stealing. I know you don't think so. You keep using the wrong terms. I don't argue according to your terminology. You're not the arbiter of this conversation. I think it is theft. If you create a book, a movie, or a video game, it being in digital form is no different than it being in physical form. If you're acquiring it without money, it is a version of theft. If you go into Target with a ski mask on, you steal every one of my books, and you throw it in your truck, and you and all your friends do it countrywide so no one can buy the physical version of the books, we would call that theft. Well, but there's no such thing as digital scarcity. So if thousands of people steal your game, it's not theft, it's copyright infringement. No, it's theft. You're stealing. I don't think it's inaccurate at all, though. Like, to whittle it down to... this is almost like appealing to a definition. Like, you're appealing to the definition of, like, well, rigidly, it's just copyright infringement. And I'm like, okay... but it's also theft. It can be more than one thing. By the sheer nature of you infringing the copyright, you're stealing it. You didn't pay for it. It's a market. It's a game. It's a digital item in the market for sale. You are taking it for nothing. Now, you could classify that as copyright infringement. Like, there are different types of theft, are there not? There's embezzlement. There's grand theft. There's grand theft auto. There's bank fraud. There's insurance fraud. You wouldn't be like, it wasn't theft, it was insurance fraud. Well, no, it can be both things. It can be both things. You can be committing copyright infringement against a copyrighted digital good and also be stealing. You can be doing both. I can be guilty of embezzlement or insurance fraud. I'm also stealing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same thing. It's like it can be both. Copyright infringement constitutes stealing. I even think within the definition of it, it's like it's a version of theft. Copyright infringement does not fall under theft. Every example of theft you mentioned required another person or company to lose something. Yeah, see, this is called being pedantic, which is why I reject it. I think at a philosophical level, you are stealing. I think arguing that it's not theft is a philosophically bankrupt position used by people to justify stealing. That's what I think it is. I have no respect. I have no respect for the position. In case we're being both pedantic. I'm not being pedantic, no. You're arguing the finer point of something to create a division that I don't think exists so that it can be justified and be like, yeah, it's okay. I also think that there is an immense amount of bias here that corrupts the entire argument. People are concocting what I think are philosophically bankrupt positions to justify theft. You're already suspect from moment one. You're concocting an argument to defend behavior. It's not a purely like benign discussion where you have no bias in the discussion. I feel like you started arguing that point. I'm just engaging with what you're saying. You're not in YouTube chat. I didn't bring the part of it being copyright infringement up. Somebody else did. I think that's a form of pedantry. Like, you're being pedantic. You're trying to slice a hair to act like this is a complete benign thing and has no impact on the company. I think that's utterly false and incorrect. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Hidden Series. Crimes are only crimes when they happen to me personally. I think the attempt to argue that it is a benign action that has no impact on the company because there's no digital scarcity, I think that's one of the dumbest arguments I think I have ever had the displeasure of hearing in these spaces. It's stupid. It has no effect on them. They can't run out. Okay, so creating an environment and a means by which people can get their game for free, you think has zero impact on them and is completely benign. I think you're either ignorant and incredibly stupid or you're choosing to be. I don't have respect for either. It's either a form of willful stupidity or it's literal stupidity, which is like, I don't have respect for the position at all. You're literally concocting an argument that is not sound. It has no impact on them. That's kind of strawmanning the pro-piracy position. I'm not strawmanning anything. I'm interacting with literal quotes from my chat. Strawmanning would be creating a weak argument and bashing it. I've not done that. I'm stating what people have said. How can I be strawmanning? I'm like directly quoting what people say in this conversation. They literally say it can't be theft because there's no digital scarcity. Homie, that's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. They're posturing and arguing as if it is a benign act. That is so dumb. Then you're quoting the dumbest people in chat? No, I'm quoting the people who talk about this. Brood Witch with 31 months, thank you so much. It's settled law, at least in the US and UK. Both countries had movements that tried to legally argue piracy is theft, and both legal efforts failed. So, it's legal to get a divorce, but there are people that have opinions morally and philosophically about divorce. What was it? A no-fault divorce. The injunction in the existence of no-fault divorce, right? Like, there are people that would say, well, that's totally legal. It's totally legal as we're arguing today. It's totally legal for Sony to yank music, movies, and games from your library according to the legalese in terms of service. I'm arguing that it's wrong. Just like you could argue legally it's not defined as theft. I don't care. I'm defining it as theft because that's what it is philosophically. It is. You're taking something you have no claim on, and you're not giving money to the company that made it, and you are, in effect, taking from that company. The argument about digital scarcity is absurd. It's like they're still not being compensated for the thing that they made. Like, you could go all the way to John Locke's theory of labor to really argue this, to say they're not being compensated. You're a thief. Like, I don't care what the law states. The law lets these companies take things from your library right now. And we're arguing that it's wrong. Like, we're arguing that it's wrong. That's why I said it's not a coherent position. If you're going to say it's wrong for Sony to remove things from your library and not compensate you, you can't argue the absence of wrongness when you do the thing on the other side of the coin, which is to steal the good and not pay for it. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Trill. So if it's so if copyright isn't theft, what is it then? The problem with your position is that you cannot prove the user would have gotten the game if it wasn't free on torrents. I don't have to prove that. No, I don't. Logically, I don't have to prove that. In Augustine's Confessions, they stole apples and they didn't even eat them. They stole them because they enjoyed stealing them. You can steal something from a company and take part in an ecosystem of theft and be like, I was never going to buy it to begin with, therefore I'm not actually hurting them. That's an absurd position because maybe you would have in the future. Maybe a bunch of people stealing it were like, yeah, you know, I would have saved money and maybe bought it. I heard good reviews, but I'm just going to steal it in general. Your argument presupposes the idea that wanton theft of video games is happening by people who don't even want them. That makes zero sense. That doesn't make an ounce of sense. They're just stealing game after game after game. Oh, and by the way, if they take place in some of the torrenting, you're literally being sourced so that other people can then steal the game. So you're now a part of the plot, and you're basically arguing that, well, none of these people would have bought it, so they're not actually hurting the company. I think that presupposes an absurd position that, like, so people are stealing a game they're not even interested in? What? That doesn't even make any sense. Why are you stealing it then? Just so it can sit on your hard drive? I don't care about legal definitions isn't going to take us far if we actually want better legal rules. No, because the positions form first before the rules come. John Lennox just talked about this with AI with Diary of a CEO. He said that commonly ethics are way, way, way behind tech. Like, the ethics behind AI are going to take years to catch up. So, like, the ethics and the law are behind. So that's why I'm saying I don't care about legal definitions, because we're not arguing the legality of it. We're arguing the rightness and the wrongness of it. We're arguing something that's far more metaphysical that would then lead to us to say, hey, the law should change. The ethics of this are behind. They need to catch up. We're years behind here. The digitization of entertainment is just widespread, and the law is not at all up to speed. It isn't. The same thing's going to happen with AI. You're presuming a lot about my position? No, I just read what you said. You said the problem with your position is that you cannot prove the user would have gotten the game if it wasn't free on torrents. And my argument would be, I don't have to prove that. You're creating a logical imperative that, like, I have to prove that they would have bought it to make it theft. No, I don't have to prove that. Like, when someone goes into a store and steals something and comes out, you don't have to prove that, oh, well, if the cameras would have been on and they would have been caught, you know, they wouldn't have stole it, they would have bought it. Their intentions were to buy it, but because there was a gap in their security, they were able to steal it. Well, since they were never going to buy it to begin with, it's not theft. We don't define theft by whether or not the person would have bought it. You're creating a false definition. Like, when someone steals something, the question that's on the jury or the lawyers or the police is not to determine whether or not they would have purchased it. You determine whether or not they took something without paying for it. That's how you define it. You're not defining it by, like, well, would you have purchased that? What? What kind of question is that? They stole it. That's not how we define theft. You're creating, like, a very unique clause. It would be the fallacy of special pleading to be like, in this instance, we would have to argue whether or not they were going to buy it to argue whether or not it's theft and hurts the company. No, I don't have to argue that at all. We don't define theft in that category in any other way. We don't do this in any other environment. To support your point, says Lone Wolf, people can steal stuff that they had no desire to buy in the first place. Exactly. This is the point that I'm making right now. You could do it just for the fun and the chaos of it. You could go into a store and you could know that, like, these My Little Ponies up here in the front, I don't care about these, but they're easy to steal and it's funny. And I put them in people's yards. Or I give them to, I'm the Robin Hood of My Little Ponies. I take them to playgrounds and give them to children. Like some kind of a freaking weirdo. But you would be like, but you was never going to buy it to begin with. The law lags behind, sure. But we're not going to help that by trying to smash theft and copyright rules into one thing when we already intuitively understand they're not. We're being blind reductive and using theft inaccurately because it feels good. False and incorrect. I'm not using it because it feels good. I'm using it because it's part and parcel to digital ownership. The logical position of digital ownership doesn't work if you don't define it as a good that I can own. And if you define it as a good that I can own, it's now defined as a good that can be stolen. There's a logical coherence here. If you're going to keep arguing it's not theft, it's just copyright, you're going to get lost in the weeds of the legalese and the TOSs and the EULAs about how it's just a license, it's not really a good. You want to keep arguing no digital scarcity, go right ahead. You're empowering the companies to continue to perpetuate the idea that it's not a good that you can own. My position's more logically coherent and sound to say it's an actual good that I can own and you shouldn't be able to take it away. Which is then equal parts, you can't steal it. It's a good. It's a thing. It's an actual item of substance. There's an essence to it. Who defines it that way? I believe that we should be defining these things this way. You missed my resub? Zinthos with 57 months. Sorry, I did miss it. You're taking something that's not yours. It's theft. Glad you're back safe. Thank you, Zinthos. You have a My Little Pony supplier? Get me in touch. Your approach is incredibly condescending to the other side. It's kind of hard to engage. Now you're projecting emotion and intention on what I'm saying so that you can balk out and not engage. If you don't want to engage, don't engage. I don't have respect for people that steal. Sorry. Like, if you're out here stealing games and pirating games, I hope you feel like I'm being condescending to you. I don't respect you. You're a parasite on the industry and the art form that many of us love. You don't deserve respect. And yeah, I'll talk down to you. You deserve it. You're a parasite. Why would I talk nicely to people that are just wantonly stealing video games and trying to dress it up with bankrupt philosophical positions about how, well, there's no digital scarcity and I own it because now it's on my hard drive. So the location of the item defines ownership. That's ridiculous. Tell that to your bank account if it's suddenly digitally not there. What's good, Zubair? If we were arguing it should be that way, then yeah, but it isn't. But the entire point of what I'm saying is it's not as it is, and this is how it ought to be. Digital money is a zero-sum game. Digital products are not. That doesn't change the fact that you're taking something that you don't have claim on. You don't have claim on it. You haven't even done the basic, like, what would that even be? Jurisprudence? Like, you haven't even done, like, the basic foundational premise forming to argue you have a claim on the item. You have to argue that first. What claim do you have on something that you didn't make? See, you're jumping past that logically. You're going way past the formulation of a logical position. You're jumping all the way to, well, digital products, there's no such thing as digital scarcity, therefore I'm not stealing. You've skipped like 8 steps in the argument. You haven't argued logically why you have a claim on it. You haven't argued logically how it doesn't impact them financially as more and more people can do it. Like if you make it easier, if you spread knowledge about it, if you talk to your friends about it, you think people are just out here pirating games, stealing games. They don't tell anybody about it. They're just this absolutely benign existence in the digital world. They don't let anybody know. They're not in any discords. They're not talking about it, tweeting about it, spreading videos about how you can steal games. I'm jumping past it because I talk to people and understand the real world consequences. I don't understand what you mean by that. See the last few comments, but this guy saying zero net sum must think that games are free to make. How is it benign? Doing a limit to infinity, if everybody pirated a product, the company would make no money. That's why it's not a logically coherent position. If everybody did what you were doing, if you could wave a magic wand and everybody could go and be like, yeah, you just go over here and you get the game for free, there'd be no more games. The gaming industry would absolutely collapse. You'd have nothing to steal. You're like the people that don't tip. You take advantage of a system that exists that allows you, slippery slope fallacy, nobody's arguing slippery slope. It's called a hypothetical. Learn your terms, please. That's not a slippery slope. It's a hypothetical. We're arguing hypothetically. If you measure this and say 0 to infinite, if everybody does it, then it destroys the entire industry. You're just like the people that don't tip. You take advantage of a system that is running, and you get the food for cheaper, and you get the nice service, and then you don't tip. And the only reason that system works is because a bunch of other people tip. You're just like those people. If you're out here stealing games and you're pirating them, you're taking advantage of the fact, and you're a parasite because everybody else is buying the games, supporting the industry and keeping it going. So there's studios making games. There's an entire, infrastructure of cogs spinning so that you even have games to steal. That's, as I said, we're not talking about the real world. These are pure hypotheticals, but they're not hypotheticals. They become reality sometimes. Wanton theft of games becomes a reality once certain things and certain barriers and certain things start to come down. It happens regularly. It's a common problem. It's like the problem of cheating. So the problem of cheating can spread to a degree that it harms the game, and then the game has to shut down. It happened with Pioneers, that one extraction game, right? So if the theft, if the digital theft or the copyright infringement, whatever you want to call it, if it becomes more common or easy or more widespread, we know that these things act as digital contagions. We know they spread. We know that cheating spreads like a digital contagion. We know this. We know that trends and exploits in live service games spread like digital contagions. And I think, hypothetically, yes, the piracy and theft of video games it has in the past, and does and could potentially continue to spread like a digital contagion. Therefore, it's not a good thing. It's not good for the industry. The existence of theft, the existence of piracy, whatever you want to call it, its existence is a threat to the livelihood of the economy of games. It is. You use hypotheticals and edge cases to clarify values and definitions. Right, you always do that. That's how you always flesh out positions and flesh out things logically. You take them all the way to their logical end or their logical extreme. You go all the way to the end to draw bright lines about where can we do this? How can we do this? I think it would benefit you to try the charitable route. Do you think people pirating things don't think they're doing anything wrong and have zero awareness that people have to be paid for the game to be made? No, I don't think they have zero awareness. And their awareness of it is why I judge them to be parasites and thieves. They know what they're doing is wrong. They know what they're doing is stealing the hard work of another person. And it's why I don't have any respect for them. They're not hooked up to some computer that's limiting their ability to deduce things, and they're doing this mindlessly. Now, this gets into beliefs about humanity, but I believe humans innately know right and wrong. I think you innately know it. Why do I think you innately know it? Why do people spend so much time justifying it? Why? Go cut in line at a diner. You're going to defend yourself when people start saying what you're doing is wrong. Well, no. I'm not doing anything. Why? Your attempt to justify it means you feel that thing pressing in and saying what you're doing is wrong. It's why people try to justify it. The justification is the tell. Yeah, I can see your cards. That's the tell. The fact that you try to defend it and the fact that you try to justify it is because you know you shouldn't be doing it. You wouldn't concoct justification for it if you thought it was completely benign and fine. Like, do I have arguments and justifications for me getting in my car and driving down the road and going to the store? I don't have any arguments concocted to justify doing that. I just do it. If somebody came to me and said, hey, it's wrong for you to go to the store, I'd be like, what are you talking about? I wouldn't have some argument. I wouldn't be prepared to defend that. I'd be like, what do you mean? I'm just living. The fact that people have concocted these arguments and these justifications is because they know what they're doing is not right. You're kind of asserting an opinion? Yeah, that's right. I am. So are you? So is everybody here? You're not putting me in some special classification? You're doing the same thing. If you're going to pass divine judgment like that, then there's no conversation. Divine judgment? You don't need to believe in a divinity to believe in the metaphysics or the morality of what we do. Do you need to believe in some divine being to be like, you shouldn't go and punch somebody in the face or shoot them or steal their property? You don't need divinity for that. It certainly helps, but it's not required. It's innate. You aren't going to make anybody feel guilty for stealing a game from Nintendo when Nintendo profits $5.2 quintillion every quarter. It's like trying to narc on a mom who lifted lunch from Walmart. I mean, my effort is not to make anybody feel guilty. My effort is to have proper classification and categories. I care more about what's true and accurate. I don't care about how somebody feels about pirating video games. If you've blunted your conscience and you feel nothing, and you've stolen every game on your hard drive for the past 5 years, my effort's not to make you feel guilty. My effort is not to make anybody feel guilty, is crazy to say after that rant. You continue to categorize things in exaggerated terminologies to make it seem like I'm trying to attack people or be uncharitable to them. I said I don't feel I don't feel bad about being condescending to people that I think are parasites. I don't care how that makes you feel. I'm not in the business of caring about the emotions of people who are parasitically consuming video games. I'm not like, I really hope this makes them feel guilty and they change their ways. No. I'm telling you how it is. You're stealing. You're a parasite. Now, if you're downloading Coleco games, Atari games, Nintendo games that aren't in circulation anymore, there's nothing being stolen there. 100 bits, answer the question. Is it a net good or a negative for the industry? Until he answers my question, don't respond because it's bad faith. Yeah, answer Wired Rope's question. Is it a net good or a net negative for the industry for people to be stealing video games? I'll use the word. For people to be pirating video games that are for sale right now. That's the classification that we always need to make sure. Like, if you are actively right now pirating video games that are for sale in the market, is that a net good or a net negative for the industry? Your position presumes it's completely benign, and I think that presumption is faulty. I admire the true and accurate push and the drive for accurate categorization, hence pointing out that theft isn't the same thing as copyright. It's not the same thing as copyright according to the law, but the law is not the definer of this. The law is the enforcer of this. I think you're categorically making a mistake. The law does not define anything. The law enforces categories that we have given it. as people. The law doesn't define anything. We as people defined murder and said, well, not us. I mean, if you want to get really, really weird about this, we can get religious, but we're not going to. The people that wrote the laws formulate the definitions and then write the law, and then the law is just there like a wall, and it says, no, that's murder. So, if currently this is defined as copyright infringement, I'm arguing that's not the appropriate definition. I think the same way, currently, games are defined as licenses that can be revoked. I believe that is an inaccurate definition, and it should be changed. The law defines murder. We did, and then we wrote the laws. The law is not an automaton. It's something that we wrote. And that law could then be changed. Do you see? Like, we can change the definition of what a video game is, okay? So we start there. It's not a revocable license. It's a good that I think can be owned. And I think then you argue it's a good that can be stolen. You see? Like, that to me is a very, very sound way to talk about this. To say, if we're wanting the plane to be balanced, if we're wanting the wings of the plane in the position to be balanced, I think we have to argue for both. If you want to push against what I feel is a wrong definition of a video game, it being defined as a revocable license, I think is wrong. I think it's inaccurate. I don't believe we are properly defining what a video game is. I also think copyright infringement falls short of the actual definition of what somebody is doing when they pirate a video game. I think that keeps the plane level. It's like both things need to be argued for. If you're going to sit here and say, no digital scarcity, it's not theft, it's just copyright infringement, I think when you argue that, you're actually agreeing with the companies that say it's a license that can be revoked, because they're standing on the idea of it's not an actual good that you own, which gives credence to the people that are like, well, if buying isn't owning, then piracy isn't stealing. Like, you're basically giving credence to that. It's just such a bankrupt thing to say. There's thousands of people that still support and buy games legally on PC. Yeah, that's why I said people that pirate games and steal and don't buy them are taking advantage of the system that's in place. It's like the people that don't tip. If everybody stopped tipping, do you want to know what would happen? The restaurant industry would change. They would pay waiters and waitresses at or above minimum wage, and the menu prices would probably double. Because restaurants already operate on the thinnest margins of probably any business in existence. Did he answer the question, Wired Rope? Is it a net good or a net negative? Neutral? Yeah, it can't be. I don't agree with you. It's not neutral. Arguing that piracy of video games is neutral, I again think it stands upon presumptions about reality that I don't think are accurate. I don't even think you're in the room of reality when you argue that pirating games is neutral. I think that's an absurd position. It's not even really worthy of respect. It sounds like willful ignorance. DBS Purge of the Prime. Downloading a Coleco game, I would argue, is neutral. Why? It's not in the market right now. You literally aren't impacting a market. There is no market to be impacted by downloading a Coleco game. Stealing a game, pirating a game that's in the market right now for sale, arguing that that's neutral is an absurd position. You're going into an economic situation, taking something out of it, and not paying for it. You're extracting value from the market and not paying for it. Saying that's neutral, I think, is absurd. I don't feel like you're not even in the landscape of reality when you argue that. I think the same about you, but I know that's not the way to change people's minds, so I keep that crap to myself. Okay, like, I don't really care what you think about me. You're not breaking an argument down. You're just simply asserting that it's neutral. Argue why it's neutral. I'm having that time of the month. Again, Mile High with a prime. Both DBS Purge and Mile High did their primes over there on purple. Thank you so much, boys, getting us to 125. Pirating a game that is available for purchase devalues the game, therefore damaging the company, therefore it constitutes stealing. Think of it this way. Your position that it's neutral. I'm really going to break down all of your premises and all the logic of your position right now. You saying that it's neutral necessitates every single time it's pirated by somebody who was never going to buy the game, which is unknown because we couldn't possibly know that. They could be lying. There could have been a sale that convinced them, right? Right? There could be an indie game for $50. They would have bought it for $30. They were impatient and they downloaded it. Okay? So your position that it's neutral is linked to your other position that it doesn't hurt the company if they were never going to buy it to begin with. What this means then is that in order for your position to be accurate and true, we would test this. It means that every single time the game is pirated, it simply must be downloaded by somebody who accurately and honestly was never going to purchase the game. I think that is an absurd position that we know is not accurate, not true, and not even provable. Your position is at that level bankrupt. If the game has been downloaded, let's say 250,000 times, 250,000 people have managed to download some game, they've managed to pirate it. To think that all those people are neutral, benign, never would have bought the game and have no impact on what that company could have made, I think it is an absurd position. I don't think your position is compelling or sound because there's literally no way to assume, presume, or prove that every single time a game is pirated, it's downloaded by somebody who was never going to buy it to begin with. That's just absurd. Y'all can pirate D's nuts, says Zubair, with 65 months. I mean, Derek says, if we want to learn about this, we can. Studies have been done on piracy versus double marginalization. For example, piracy works as a pricing check, and it can force better DRM rules. How many of them would buy the game at a 75% off sale? That's still a lost sale. That's exactly right. That's loss of money to the company. Like, I think in order for your position to maintain soundness, that it's neutral, there's no digital scarcity, I wasn't ever going to buy the game to begin with. In order for you to maintain the position that piracy of digital goods is benign, you have to maintain that every single time it's pirated, that person was never going to give money to that company. I think that is an absurd position because what that means is like you're basically only doing it for the sake of doing it. Nobody's pirating the game because they actually want it. Nobody's pirating the game because they're actually interested in it. That is the most absurd thing to claim. It's literally, I think, this is a form of willful ignorance. You know the position and is not sound. You know it's ignorant. You know it's a form of theft from the company because you're not giving them money for the thing that they created. $5 from Street Shadow. Pirates are not the good guys, point blank. I will not feel bad for thieves. This is not One Piece. Stop trying to justify your actions. The only person that can say they would never buy it are people in the markets where the game is literally not sold. They are off the hook. Yes, that's why I give allowance for, like, if you're downloading collections of Coleco games or Atari games, you're in a completely different category. Mile High with 51 months. I can't believe people defend piracy with a straight face. Any gifts one as well. Thank you, Mile High, getting us to 128. People who say pirating is okay because they pirate games they were never going to buy anyway are liars. They were going to buy it. I don't download a game from PlayStation Plus just because there was no extra charge. I think that's a very good point, Nick. I never go to PS Plus and just download games I'm not interested in just so they're suddenly in my library. I don't do that either. Because, like, if I'm not interested in the game, why am I going to take up space on my hard drive? I am missing the GTA 6 3, is it, people? You're missing the GTA 6 trailer 3, people? $5. Hey, there's a tip command. Thank you, Mile High, for super chatting. And yes, if you guys prefer to bypass super chatting, bits, and all the others, then you can do direct tips to me. Oh, hang on. I'll need to read that later. And a new order of coffee came in from Mile High. He ordered 2 bags of Frickmas. Thank you so much. Hang on one second. Here are the details. What? All right, I'll have to do that after stream. Exactly. Why are you wasting time and energy stealing something that you have zero interest in? I could only see, let's say there was some organization that was creating a massive digital library of games, Coleco all the way to now, okay? And they were downloading games without purchasing them for the sake of that library or whatever. And they could say with a straight face, I'm downloading these games. I would have never purchased them to begin with. We're doing this for preservation. We're formulating this massive, massive library. I would argue that it's fairly reasonable to assume that about 90% or more of the people doing, pirating of games that are for sale right now are not doing it with good intentions. Like, the idea that you're doing this is like some sort of like altruistic move for game preservation or something is, I think, ludicrous. I think that the fundamental problem for preservation and digital ownership is how games are defined. And you're not helping by perpetuating the idea that it's a digital thing with no scarcity, therefore it's benign to steal it. It's benign to pirate it. I don't think you're actually, that's the other reason I think that they're not helping the argument. I don't think you're helping the argument. You're perpetuating the idea that these things don't have inherent value. That's another flaw in the argument I forgot to make. There's another flaw in the argument that what you're doing is benign. You're arguing that the game itself has no inherent value. It is a valueless item. It is a valueless thing. And I think that actually hurts the idea of digital ownership or preservation. People always say game preservation, but I never see them doing the legwork to ensure the game can be played well into the future. Yo, it's good, Game Station. Keep saying stealing, Lono. That's what it is. Yeah. Well. Right now, digital laws favor the companies. That has to change. But see how far morality gets you with no laws or rules. We'll be living in Mad Max and Dread. Well, and this is one of the things that, I have been trying to put forth. We should be able to refund the game. We should be able to own the game, have some level of ownership claim on the game in perpetuity within a reasonable degree. Like if their servers are down or something and I can't download the game, you got to be reasonable. If we're gonna live in a digital age and the internet's down or their servers are down, sure, within that time frame, like maybe you can't download the game or what have you. But like, if I'm gonna argue from a position of, look, we're gonna try to define these things, define what a digital video game is, and then you move forward from that definition in that category into how should that thing then therefore be treated. I don't think people that are doing piracy, arguing that there is no digital scarcity and that piracy is benign, I don't think they're helping the cause. They're philosophically working against the cause because their position presumes that the item is not a digital good that can be owned. They're going forward on that premise. They're perpetuating that premise. It's not something that can be owned. And secondly, they're arguing that it has no inherent value. And I think both of those premises are wrong, incorrect, and unhelpful. It's like, how if you argue that, then how could you possibly argue that we should be able to own it and keep it in perpetuity if it's not something that can be owned, since there is no scarcity and you're just going to steal it and it's a benign action, and it has no inherent value? If you're going to argue those things, you're working against people actually owning their games. You're inadvertently on the side of the companies. 100% within reason. If they can take it away, I should be able to give it back. I actually think that's great when we say that now, because we said that in our one video about refunds. I actually think we need to argue that differently now. The argument should be, it's a transaction where a good is given to me. If I find the good to be damaged or unsatisfactory within a reasonable amount of time, I should be able to return that good. You know, my wife bought something. It was potatoes, onions, peaches, something. I missed your super chat. $5 from Zybe. I am so sorry. Zybe Wild, I apologize. What is a bigger threat to the gaming industry, piracy or non-ownership digital future? This is the real issue with customer rights and protections. I think they're two sides to the same coin. I think they're two sides to the same coin. So currently, the way that games are defined is why we end up here. So you have to go. That's why I'm going all the way back here and saying these games need to be defined differently. As soon as you accept the premise that it's a license that can be revoked, you're endorsing all of the nonsense. You're endorsing their ability to take it away arbitrarily without compensating you. I think that's ethically wrong. I think reversing a transaction without the customer's consent and without the customer being compensated, I believe is ethically wrong. And yet, currently, with how games are defined, they're able to do it. I also think if you flip the coin over, when you accept this premise that it's not a good with inherent value, but a license, like an access pass that could be revoked, it leads credence to the ludicrous argumentation about how piracy's benign. If I can't own it, then it's not theft. Then piracy isn't stealing or whatever. And therefore, I'm not hurting the company if I download the game. Nick, do you see? Starting positions and definitions is always the most important thing. Because if you don't properly define it, then it's like, if you don't properly define it, then which way's up? How do you even know how to proceed? It's like if I defined, a human being as a plant, I can go in my backyard, I can water the plants, or I can chop them down if I don't like them. If I start going around being like, well, human beings are basically just plants. We have a lot in common with them and, a lot of similarities. So I don't think human beings have inherent value that needs to be protected and no inherent, integrity within how they should be treated at end of life or when they're sick, right? A plant gets sick. Yeah, just get rid of it, right? Well, you would say, whoa. If you define a human being in that way, that's going to have all these ramifications, all these downstream effects in how human beings are treated. And I think all the downstream effects from having games being defined as a revocable license instead of an actual good with inherent value, everything goes awry from that point. Everything goes off kilter. We end up in all these crazy situations where people have music and movies just ripped from their libraries. The bet over which is worse, piracy versus paying rent forever for stuff we don't ever own.
I don't know which one's worse. Well, I feel like you've smuggled in something that isn't necessarily true. We're not paying rent for forever. I'm not paying a monthly fee to have access to Yote. I paid it and it's there. The invocation of rent as a terminology doesn't really make sense. Now, if you're just skipping steps and you're saying that we're heading toward never being able to buy games and only playing games through subscription services, I do not think that's where we're headed. I've not been compelled anywhere in the market that we're headed to that place. Okay? So I don't view rent as an appropriate way of describing what we're dealing with. We're dealing with piracy versus revocable licenses. We're dealing with piracy versus a lack of true ownership. It's not piracy versus perpetual rent. I mean, I'm not paying rent to play any of the games I've purchased. I could install them right now and play them as many times as I want. I'm not paying every time I want to do that. It's not like a summer home or something where when I want to go and stay, I have to pay a fee. No, I could download Yote right now and play it beginning to end another time if I wanted, and it doesn't cost me anything extra to do that other than time. But I'm not paying some perpetual fee. That's what rent brings, that idea that, like, you know, we're renting these games, and it's like, okay, but renting would necessitate perpetually paying. Like when you rented a game from Blockbuster, you would have to continue paying if you wanted to continue renting it. If I would have gone to the Blockbuster and paid them $5 and could keep the game for years and years and years and years, you wouldn't call that rent. You'd be like, that seems like you purchased it. Oh, but at some point they could come to your house and take it back. I mean, okay. That still wouldn't feel like renting at that point. Renting, to me, brings to mind like perpetual payment. If the products can't be monetized, they will no longer exist. There's no future in piracy. Yeah, the idea that piracy is being used to perpetuate the idea of preservation is so antithetical to me, it hurts my brain. We're borrowing these games after entry charge. I don't even like the definition of borrowing, because they're granting you a license to access it that can be revoked. Borrowing, again, indicates that at some point in time I have to give it back. I'm just borrowing this book from you. I'm just borrowing your lawnmower. It's still yours. So I don't even think borrowing works either. I think people use words like rent and borrowing to like ratchet up the dialogue to make it seem as if we're being just completely ripped off. It's almost like you're using like a dialectical form of stacking the deck. Like you're stacking up the dialogue so high to make it seem so bad and malicious and evil, and my suspicion would be that you're going to go from that to then justifying piracy. It's like let's just ratchet up the dialogue so that then we can justify piracy. Licenses expire all the time, but you don't lose access to the product. You only lose the ability to purchase it. When a game is delisted from a store, yeah, that's a bummer, but it's not the same as it being removed from your library. Removal from your library, I think, is the problem. If something happens legally and they can no longer sell it, we've seen this happen with like Netflix and stuff. Like licenses expire and the show's no longer there, right? You can't watch it there. That happened with Alfred Hitchcock Hour and Alfred Hitchcock Presents. We were watching on Amazon, license expired, and then we now we have to watch it on Peacock or whatever. Okay, delisting, within the market is one thing, and that does stink. That's not the same as taking it from someone's library. I mean, if they are stopping discs entirely and revoking movies from people's accounts, I'm not sure why we believe they will respect our DRM. Well, at the current time, the respect for the DRM is only because it would be mutual destruction to do wanton revocations. So, like, if they were just taking people's games away left and right, it would create, like, a class action situation. The situation with the movies and the music, I actually think, could end up being helpful. It sucks that it happened to people,
but it could end up being helpful to bring to light to regulators, like the guy that in Brazil, who sued. He took Microsoft to court. They weren't giving him access to his account and all his purchases or whatever, and he took him to court and he got access to his account back. Right? These are good things, because what we're doing is we're making the regulators and the governing bodies, more aware of the fact that, hey, we as consumers, you're supposed to be protecting us. We are not properly protected right now. We're not. And that needs to be corrected. The ethics are slow. They're behind. Just like they're behind on AI, they're behind on digital ownership. And so that's why I argue I'm not really concerned with what the law currently says. It's about what it ought to say in the future. The problem is class action does nothing to them. Well, it's not that it does nothing to them. Widespread class action, like right now, if they ripped into existing like PlayStation libraries and they just wreaked havoc on people's libraries and they upset, 50 million of their consumers, the class action might go nowhere, or it might be peanuts to them in the grand scheme. Maybe they do a payout and everybody gets like $5 or whatever. Because have you ever gotten those class action letters in the mail? It's like, you might be compensated $5, and you're like, I don't even care to fill out the paper for $5. So you are correct in saying that it might not hurt them, but what it would do is it would cause massive damage to consumer relations. Which is why I think it should be, how they argued in Europe that a loot box should have it should display the odds of them getting like the really good items. I think every time you purchase a digital good, it should say it very crystal clear below, this is not a form of ownership. You are buying a revocable license. You start doing that, these companies are going to start thinking about maybe playing ball and changing terminologies and how they treat games, because it would hurt their sales. You need to threaten their bottom line in order to get them to, hop to it and make a change. So that to me is the only, that could be like one of the first ways that we get some ground here and get some traction, is we go to our local government, our governing bodies, and we try to raise a stink with videos and Twitter and the rest, and we try to say, hey, people are not properly informed when they purchase a game. Consumers, at some level, you could argue, are being defrauded, because it's almost impossible for the consumer to truly understand what they're like. Oh, well, when you set up your PlayStation or your Xbox account 11 years ago, you agreed that all games purchased digitally are just revocable licenses. And it's like, the average consumer, number one, probably didn't read that. And you could say, well, that was on them to read it. Number two, they probably don't necessarily have like the legal acumen to understand what it is even that they're agreeing to. You could probably argue the wrongness of that, just like they argued the wrongness of agent contracts in California. Like, there were really predatory contracts in California. So like an agent would get you to enter into a contract with them, and they're like, I've got contacts in the industry, I'll get you booked for commercials. And then they would take 90% and give you 10%. Well, it was argued that was a form of predation to say, hey, you're preying on these people. Those contracts are not valid. So contract law has been passed in California specifically with respect to something like this. So in a similar vein right now, just because that's how it is doesn't mean we couldn't argue and say consumers are not properly informed when they make a digital purchase, that they're not actually purchasing a game, they're purchasing a revocable license. If they were properly informed, they might think twice about buying the game. Right? They might. So, if you could get that level of leverage, you might have them start thinking twice about, like, maybe we should handle this differently, because it would affect sales. The point of sales would see a bounce rate. So a bounce rate is when someone goes to buy something and then they decide not to do it. Seems like the main issue here is semantics. It is 100% an issue of categorization and definition, which is a form of semantics, yes. VIP from Tyler Johnson, thank you so much for 60 months. So it 100% is an issue of semantics. So there's a handful of ways to argue it. There's a handful of ways to navigate it, to make these companies change. And it's not, I don't think it's going to be easy. I don't. Because as Caction is saying, Stop Killing Games didn't get very far. And I told people that was going to happen. I said Stop Killing Games was arguing for things that the companies were not going to like, and they were going to fight against it with lobbying and money. And I anticipated it going the way that it went. You have to start small. The trick is with these companies is you have to start small. You start with something very, very basic, like consumers should be properly informed at the point of purchase what they're buying, right? Who are you saying that to? Davis? You saying you're telling Davis to F off bot? Who in chat is even with that? Oh, Davis says, we're not taking any of the stuff with us even in the end, even our houses. Well, yes. That doesn't mean we shouldn't fight for good protection. Like, I can't take my air fryer with me to the other side of reality when I die, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be good, protections in place so the air fryer doesn't blow my house up, right? There's good things in place that protect us from faulty wiring or, something that's unsafe. Like there are all sorts of things in place so that when you go and buy something from the store, you don't have to be worried about it like, causing irreparable harm to you or your home. And a lot of that's because there's safety protocols and regulations in place to protect us, especially with food. You go and buy food from the grocery store or a restaurant. It's heavily regulated to ensure that you don't get sick or die from consuming something from the store. So, just because you can't take it with you doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight for, good protections and, good laws. Everything in heaven is already air fried for your pleasure. I mean, maybe. Air fryer is the first thing I would try and take too. They are nice. They're pretty convenient. Guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. We've lingered a little bit right under 300 likes. We should have hit that about 30 minutes ago. Let's try to hit 100 likes about every hour. We've been live for about 2.5 hours. Make sure you're hitting that thumbs up. Milwaukee with a prime. Thank you so much for getting us to 130. We are exactly a 20 bomb away from 150. It'd be the first. No, it wouldn't be the first 20 bomb of the week. I think it would be the second 20 bomb of the week. I believe Cat dropped one earlier. If you have leftover pizza and you need an air fryer, it's okay to borrow one, but don't steal it. Yeah, I mean, I think there is definitely an imperative on people to allow you into their home, to use their air fryer if you have like a day old pizza. You know what I mean? I think they should let you. It wouldn't be, it's not breaking and entering. It's borrowing and rejuvenating. You got to rejuvenate that pizza. Which, if you guys haven't done that, by the way, that actually is the best way to bring cold pizza back to life. I mean, if you're like the college guy that just like eats the cold pizza right out of the fridge, more power to you. Oh, Mile High, I missed your $10 tip. He says, just the tip. Thank you for using the tip command. You demand. Don't burgle your air fryer, just borrow. That's right. Just go to your neighbor's house and say, listen, this is going to seem really weird. I've got some cold pizza. I know you have an air fryer. I would like to use it. Hard disagree. If God didn't choose to give you an air fryer in this life, then ask, what are you doing wrong? Find Jesus. You should be judged. You really should. You know, you go to your friend's house. Like, how do you like heat up, some chicken nuggies, some pizza? What do you use? Like, I use the microwave. I can't. I thought I knew you. You food heathen. I'm 38 and I like cold pizza more than reheated. I am of a similar mind, and then try it in an air fryer. You know what I mean? Mother hide the children. That's right. Real talk, though, everyone should have an air fryer. Yeah. Disagree. My grandpa owns a pizza place and taught me to reheat in a frying pan until the cheese gets melty. Crust stays crisp. You can do that, too. It's a similar principle, Peter. Yeah. Air frying it or the frying pan, it's a similar principle. The air fryer is just a little bit faster. I heat pizza on a hot plate covered in foil. It comes out crispy. Yeah, you can do that too. You're trying to heat it from the bottom. Pause. Leaving account username and passwords in your will is a must-do now. These companies are betting on you not doing that and milking it every generation. Yeah, there was some, wasn't there some legality around that, like arguing that you can't pass down like an iTunes collection or something? We need just a couple more likes, y'all. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Couple more likes. I'll give it a shot. Come back with the results. Yeah, give it a try. The reason I like it, it's literally like you just cooked it. Like if you do like an oven, like a frozen pizza in the oven, or you get one from delivery or whatever. The fryer tends to cook the toppings too fast. We have one of the circular ones, and I feel like it does a better job. The ones where you just like put it in, and it's like almost like a big giant, almost like a little miniature oven. I don't feel like those are as good. I feel like the circular ones are better because it literally creates the just better air circulation. It's literally like just a giant circle, and we take it out and put it in. I knew Stop Killing Games would fail, says AOZ. It's too close to software. The big trillion-dollar companies would have to oppose, or their software would be next. Yeah, the dilemma with Stop Killing Games is I felt from the beginning they were asking for too much, and it was going to spark the interests of the big companies, and then you were going to be going to war with people with a significant amount of money and a significant amount of interest in stopping it. Calling to me with a Prime. Thank you so much for renewing over there or over here on Purple. I stream in both places. Thank you guys so much for the continued support. We're one away on the Super Chat goal to make some confetti. And we've had a lot of memberships today. We're trying to hit 200 members by the end of the day. So check your renewals and your Primes. Do those manually. They add to the total. I agree. We have both, and the one that has like the trap in the bottom of it, the circular one, definitely provides a certain result. Yes, it's a better result. Yeah, 59 months from Colin to me. He's double dipping, supporting on both platforms, a VIP on YouTube and a Prime on Purple. If you guys are paying for Amazon Prime, you definitely should make sure and use that Prime every month. You have to do it manually. Once the big software names enter the fight, it's a wrap. They just have so much money, power, and sway. That's why, again, I feel like you have to start small. You're probably going to have to start in places like Europe. Maybe other countries have better consumer advocacy, so you could say, hey, and then that's how things, you can try and get it to start. Sadly, the U.S. is behind on this stuff. Ward Huff with 47 months gets us to 133. Sadly, I think that, the U.S. is behind here, like the treatment of loot boxes. Like, Europe said, if you're going to sell loot boxes in our market, you need to put the percentage chance that somebody's going to get a really, really good item. I think that we should be enforcing the same thing here. I do. Stop Killing Games was too political. You have to explain what you mean there. What was political about it? I'm not sure I understand. That ruined the fun of loot boxes. Are you being facetious, or are you being serious? You think that there was something fun about not knowing? I have really tried to instill in my children that there are now loot boxes at the toy store, and I won't buy them. Then they get their mama to buy them for them, and they know that I don't like it. Now, I've not enforced some kind of a rule, like, we will not buy these. You will not use my hard-earned money. Bleh, whatever. I'm close. I'm close to making that a rule. Being like, if you want to buy a loot box toy, then you need to use your own money. You're not using mine. Like, I'm very close, because it's like I absolutely despise them. It's a horrible way to sell a product. I thought stopping on games made a ton of sense, but I feel like the perception of there being demands that online servers had to be maintained forever was a sticking spot. It was more like, well, if you're not going to maintain the servers, you need to hand it over so that we can maintain the servers. And it's like, I just know companies are going to be very much against that. You're not allowed to pass your PSN account. If you move countries, you can't even change that. There's no way, not even support. I saw China pass a law that your game account can be inherited. China passed that law? There was an issue with iTunes where you couldn't bequeath your iTunes account to somebody. Gambling is fun. It's a horrible hobby, but it's fun. Irresponsible children with too much access to daddy's credit card ruin some of that fun for the responsible ones. I mean, it's really hard for me to empathize or to sympathize with your position, because it's so far removed from how I view spending money. To say that, well, gambling is fun as long as you're responsible. So I could picture somebody maybe goes to Vegas once a year with his buddies, and he sets aside $200 to gamble with, and he doesn't care if he loses it all. The act of doing it is fun and entertaining. Not much different than if he went to a magic show and a dinner and it cost him about $200. He equates it to a form of entertainment, and he's responsible, right? He's not putting himself, into bankruptcy or using his kids' college funds to gamble. He's setting aside money or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I go with my buddies once a year, and I go and play poker, Texas Hold'em or something, and I take $200, and if I lose it, I had fun, and it's no different to that guy than spending $200 on dinner and a magic show or something. Okay, I could consider okay, there's people that do that, and then in gaming they might do the same thing. They might allot themselves a certain amount of money every month to be I buy loot boxes in this game. It's exciting to not know what might pop out. And if you start telling me the percentage chances of the gold chingering that I really want, you're hurting my fun. Okay, I can get there if I work to imagine what that would be like. I would say I am more in favor of consumers being properly informed than you enjoying the gambling aspect of it. Does that make sense? If I'm triaging and creating importance, when you go to the emergency room, they triage. A guy with a head injury is going to get triaged before you if your leg has a minor cut that might need stitches. They're going to be well, hold gauze on it. We'll get to you. This guy's head's busted open. They're going to triage. I'm doing the same thing. I'm triaging here. Order of importance. I think consumers being properly informed is more important than you having fun buying the loot box. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying, how dare you enjoy that, or that's ridiculous. It's more okay, I can see why you might enjoy that, but I don't think that's as important as consumers being properly informed. Look up how much we spend on gambling compared to all other entertainment. Correct. If you could be disciplined, I was at a grocery store with my kid, and I didn't. This could have been a good teaching moment. I should have done it. So the guy bought his groceries, and then on his way out, he bought scratch-offs. And I would never do this, but there's a part of me that always wants to be take an envelope, okay? Put it somewhere in your home, in sight, okay? And every single time you would have bought a scratch off, instead of buying the scratch off, put that money in that envelope. After 6 months of doing this, just take 6 months. Just take 6 months off. Take that money in that envelope and go to the bank and open up a very low yield savings account and put the money in there. That's a better lottery. Like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I get it. I understand it. But it's like, good golly. You can make your money make money done properly. So, it could have been like a good teaching moment for my son. Like, did you see that guy buying those scratch offs? Yeah. Okay. Well, people do that. They do it habitually. Unfortunately, it's a trap. It's this idea that like you can get out of a bad financial situation by spending a very low amount of money, but that low amount of money could add up over time and actually, serve you better than buying a piece of paper that fundamentally gets thrown away. So, but once people have performed that habit and that compulsion, it's extremely hard to break. It really is. It's very difficult because it's like, oh, just one. It just takes one. Just takes one win, After 6 months of putting the money in the envelope, take it to the casino and bet it all on red. You idiot. Well, at least there it's 50-50. At least there it's a 50-50 shot. The odds on the scratch off are terrible. The damage done's almost immeasurable, but gambling as an industry is disgustingly profitable, so it'll only get worse. Well, and they intentionally move, cash advance businesses are equally predatory. They move into low income parts of cities. Scratch offs make their most money in low income parts of cities because, they're selling a lie. They're selling you this idea that like you can get out of, being, at some level destitute or below poverty line. Like you can get out of that by buying this. And it's like it'd be amazing if there was a way to open up businesses in those areas that said, you give the money to me. Instead of buying the scratch offs and doing all sorts of stuff, no. You give the money to me and I'm going to put it into an account. And in 6 months, there'll be a yield on it, and there'll be more money, and start getting people to slowly accumulate some form of like savings for, hey, emergency comes up, this money's here for you. Something happens, whatever, you want to make a big purchase, this money's here for you. Instead of throwing it away on whatever, on gambling. It's probably not financially viable to start a business like that because it probably you just wouldn't get any results. 10-year bond yields are up to 69%, way better than savings, zero risk. Huh. Have you seen the Powerball? Oh man. Yeah. The number gets so absurd it almost seems like fantasy. Yeah. I just tell myself you're not going to win. Yeah. Yeah. If you can do it and you do it, for fun, then okay, but it's the vast majority of people that do it don't do it for fun. They do it and they're trapped in it. Great way to look at it. I likened it more to like trading cards as Tellermaro when I was growing up. I love the fun of buying the packs of cards and finding a great card in the pack. Great way to look at it. Excellent example. 48%, but still better odds than scratch offs. Oh yeah, doing red on the. Oh, that's right, because there's red, there's black, and then there's the one green one. So it's not a pure 50-50 split. That's right. What is it? It's 48 and 4% or whatever. So, but yeah, playing the lottery is almost like putting all of your money on green on the roulette table. Isn't the one spot green and not red or black? I grew up in South Los Angeles. Cash in advance, pawn shops, and liquor stores are two of the three. There's 2 or 3 on every corner. Oof. Mm-hmm. Yep. But we've kind of gone big round in a circle here. We're really behind in the United States. We are super behind. That with loot boxes in particular, that we're behind. You know, Europe did it, and we're just sitting over here like, for whatever reason, not doing it. The 0 is green, and some tables have a 0-0 that is green also. Okay, that's what I thought. I went to Atlantic City because I was bored, and I'm not into gambling. I saw these old people playing, still trying to get the big win. Yeah, I think I wonder though if you actually researched it and you interviewed them and did like actual like brainwave analysis, like when they're sitting at the slots that they play. I don't know if they're playing for the big win anymore. I wonder if it's a literal form of compulsion and addiction to where to them it's like their cigarette. That dopamine hit from playing, because they do win, quote unquote, right? They win, and then they keep playing with the winnings, because every so often you get a payout on those things, and so I think they're literally trapped in like a micro dopamine hit addiction. That's what I mean. I don't know if fundamentally they're playing anymore to win big and then stop. To them it's now this. It's a robotic behavior. You know, they're playing for the dopamine. Yeah, I bet you if you did any analysis at all of like their brains, you hooked them up to machines while they're playing, you know, and interviewed them. Yeah, I would say that it's transformed into something far worse than like, oh, I'm going to be free of, you know, my financial troubles. I'm going to win at the slots. I worked for security in a casino for a few months, and those people are a different breed of people. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like if you interact with anybody, you know, interact with somebody who's addicted to video games, interact with somebody who can't stop playing, you know, an MMO, or, you know, interact with people who have like, you know, chemical dependencies. It hollows them out. It's like they're not there anymore. Right? Like, have you ever interacted with the guys that get like hyper addicted to video games? It's like they're not there anymore. It's like it hollows them out. It turns them into very like mechanistic. I think this is happening in general with, you know, terminally online folks, you know, Twitter and Reddit and other places. I think it's hollowing them out. I think they're very catatonic and like an automaton-esque in their behavior, and that's why they can be kind of they can be really nasty, right, in these spaces. And I think that, you know, you see similar things with, you know, people that have addictions to the very harmful stuff, you know, heroin, meth, whatever. So I think it's very similar, which is again why I think we're super behind. It's like we're not properly, you know, fencing the table of loot boxes in the United States. I don't think we're handling it properly. I think we should be doing what Europe has done, where you're properly informed about, you know, the items. I also don't think loot boxes should be in games with a rating lower than mature, because I do think at its base level it is a form of gambling. Did I say automaton, whatever? I don't think it should be in games with a rating less than mature. That's another thing that I think that, you know, should be going on. So, you know, there are Lono's calling out my gaming problem. Well, I think if you have any sense of awareness that maybe you're doing something too much, a really good thing you can do is take a momentary break and try to replace it with something else just for a little bit. Just sort of make the record skip, and that might give you a little bit of leverage in stopping. I think what people tend to do is they're like, oh man, I have a problem. Let's just take gaming. I am addicted to gaming. I'm gaming so much it's hurting my normal friendships in my life, and I'm late to work all of the time. Let's just go with gaming. Well, a lot of the times what you end up doing is you try to break it with a sledgehammer instead of using a wedge. So if you want to, break a concrete slab, an acorn might be better at it than you are with a sledgehammer, because you're just going to wail on this thing and you're going to get tired. But the acorn's going to slowly wedge, crack, and break through the concrete slab. So I think sometimes when you're like, man, I've got to put a stop to this, do something real small and just see if you can do that. One night a week, I'm not going to. And just do something else. Read a book, go for a walk, whatever. Just try that. Just see. Because instead of being like, I'm just going to stop cold turkey, I'm not going to play video games at all, I'm like, well, what's going to happen? 2 or 3 days is going to go by, and you're going to be right back doing it again. And guess what? Now you feel, ashamed and guilty because you failed. And guess what? Well, you're going to continue in the form of self-medicating with what feels best. What feels best? The thing that's familiar, the thing that gives you escape. Video games, right? This is true for everything. This is true for, chemical dependencies, food dependencies, spending dependencies, gambling dependencies. That's why I'm like, just try for a little bit of time to just not do it and just see if you can kind of break, get the record to skip and give it a little less power. Create that wedge, and then slowly but surely that wedge can kind of pry apart and crack the habit. I just think we aim so high and lofty when we try to break some kind of a habit like that. You perpetuate, and then you sort of calcify the habit. Does that make sense? You almost create a calcification around it because I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. And what happens? You fail, and so then you fall back into it as a form of comfort, and now it's almost calcified as a habit. So stop being so extreme if you're trying to break a habit like that, whether it's gambling, video games, or something else. Do something small and insignificant, almost undetectable to your own compulsion, so that maybe you can get a wedge in it. No way Acorn's going to break concrete before me. Well, I didn't say that you couldn't. I said you were going to get tired. Right? Also, the acorn could potentially create a more long-lasting form of destruction within the concrete slab because it's going to grow up through it and destroy it from the inside. Wailing on it with a sledgehammer could be a less effective way of actual destruction. It's just a metaphor, by the way. We don't need to take it too far. The point was, sometimes also the acorn's more long-lasting. It's got more organic permanence as it grows through the concrete slab. Wailing on something with a sledgehammer is not as it could be less long lasting. Again, it's just an analogy. It's not meant to be pressed against too much. It's just to give you a picture in your mind about maybe this isn't the best way to approach this. Maybe the slow wedge attempt is a better way to disrupt whatever this compulsion or habit it is that I have. Because I think, in these spaces, these digital spaces, whether it's gaming or Twitter or any of this stuff, loot boxes, there is I think a latent and inherent danger because they're so potent and they're so powerful. They can be like a digital drug. They can be very, very impactful on your mood. They can be impactful on how, happy you are, how good you feel. So they can be dangerous. I see it in my kids. I watch them play Fortnite, and it's exceptionally hard for them to stop playing when they've had a bad game. I felt really bad for my son. I was watching him play. He's gotten really good. I watched him beat 3 people by himself. It was pretty impressive. He built up. He picked at the one guy, protected himself from this side. Once he got that guy, he went around and got this other guy that he was protecting himself against. I was actually pretty impressed. I was watching him play. He gets all the way to the end of the game, and he's in a 1v1. He lands a great snipe shot. And I told him later, I was like, when you land that snipe shot, you need to push him. Because now that guy has got a decision. He's got to shield up, and as you're pushing him, he's vulnerable. If he stops shielding up, you have the advantage. If he does shield up, you can catch him off guard. I said, either way, you're pressing your advantage. He popped his shield, and then he just kind of stayed where he was. And then the guy gets the high ground on him. My son throws one of those grenades down that bounce you, but he was standing on glass. and he breaks the glass with it, falls through the glass, and the grenade bounces him backwards into the storm. It was over at that point. The storm was ticking for like 10 per. So he's trying to heal in the storm with some meds, and he can't stay ahead. He's like, well, it was ticking. His strategy wasn't terrible to stop and heal because he's thinking that the storm's only going to tick by 2, but at that point it's ticking by 10. So I explained to him, like, well, the storm gets more extreme or whatever. But that's hard to stop playing on the L. Yeah, it's hard to end the night on an L, Zinthos. So I see it even in my kids. Like, it can be very, very disruptive to their mood. And then that can carry on for an hour. After they're not playing, they can be pretty grumpy. They can kind of pick at each other and squabble and be disagreeable. Why? The video game, it affected them. You know, they get to play once a week on Saturdays for about 2 hours. Now, they played a lot more when we were in Ohio. They got to play every morning for a couple of hours. So it is it's risky. Any plan you do? I'll have to respond to this as well. Did you feel like Kratos explaining the battle tactic to your son? A little bit. They've gotten better because I have taught them. Like, they would get in a fight and lose shields and not shield up. I'm like, you got shields in your inventory. They would leave shields on the ground. And I'm like, so I had to explain the healing economy to them. I'm like, after a fight and you're combing over their loot, you're not just looking at their guns and their ammo. You need to pick up their healing stuff. Get your shields and your health back up. Because you're going to go into another fight. And they would win a fight. They would leave the shields and the health on the ground. And then they'd go and get another fight and they'd die super fast. And I'm like, y'all, you need to heal up. You need to med up. You need to shield up. They started doing that. Started winning more games. Because you're always going to be on your back foot if you don't heal up. So get them playing Halo on Legendary. That's a way to kill their mood when it goes badly. They both have grit in them. They've got a grit and a determination in them. They get some of it from me because I now I see video games now very differently. Like, I won't play them if I'm not having a good time or if I feel like, like the hard games, like the Souls games, where I'm like, that's not what I want. If I'm going to play for an hour, or 2 in the evenings on the couch with my wife, the energy that game brings is not the energy that I'm looking for in the evenings. It doesn't appeal to me. But like, my grit to not quit and my determination within, what I've done the last 6 years after getting quote unquote canceled, right? They've got some of that grit. They've also got some of the grit and determination from their mama. And so they like the fact that it's getting harder. I told them, I was like, well, the more you play, the harder it's going to get. And they're both like, that's fine. We like that. We want to get better. I'm like, oh, okay. I was like, you're going to lose more games. They're like, that's okay. And it makes the win sweeter, I think. Because now they're like, I got second and third. And then they finally get the win, and it, the elation is there. So I think it's good. Like, I watch them lose, and they lose well. They don't throw a tantrum. They don't get super mad. They're like, there's disappointment, but I feel like it's a good environment for them to be, healthily expressing anger and disappointment, because like, that's just life. That's emotional maturity, to be able to be like, that sucked and I'm mad. That's something I've always struggled with. Games that take my temperament up, the steam valve comes off and I'm just furious, which is why I just don't play them. I just don't have the temperament for it. Yeah, I'll play Beast of Reincarnation tomorrow. The Beast of Reincarnation reviews haven't landed yet, Terror Master. They will land in about 7 hours. So unfortunately, I read through a hands-on from PlayStation. That's all we have right now. So I wish I could say that for me. I freaking hate losing. I absolutely hate it. Good afternoon, Talus Gaming. It's interesting. I feel like my kids are going through the same journey that a lot of us went through. They got introduced to video games and they played the quirky, quaint, fun ones. Mario Party, Mario. My daughter beat Kirby in the Forgotten Lands by herself. She was doing like the extra content and the post-game content. She got pretty good at that game. She beat Stray, by herself. But then they get the itch to play a game where they're playing against other players. And that's where they are right now. But I think they'll get to the same point that a lot of us got to, where games against other players exist on a binary that gets old. It gets worn out. It's like the binary is you either win or you lose, and winning is a whole lot more fun than losing. And eventually you realize that I've only got so many hours. I don't want to spend any of those hours losing. I would much rather play those hours, quote unquote, winning, progressing in a game, continuing through a story, getting further, getting your character stronger, whatever. So I do feel like they're going through a similar journey. I think they'll arrive at a similar point. They'll get older and they'll be like, yeah, I don't want to do this anymore. Because I think it does. I think it just wears out. It just wears thin eventually. Because it does. The PvP games exist on a binary. You're either winning or losing. And losing is not fun. I loved COD and couldn't be bothered now. Yeah, I mean, I spent all those years in high school in Quake 2, Quake 3, Unreal Tournament, and all those years in Call of Duty. I don't know. You just lose the flavor for it. I think some of it is your age. I think some of it is where you are in life. It's like, when your time gets more limited, I think you just naturally protect it a little bit more. Agreed completely. I still play things like that, like Battlefield 6, but I spend way more time in single-player games or co-op type PvE games. Yeah. I think when your time gets limited, I think you're a little bit more protective of it. When I could just grind out Call of Duty with my buddies for 4 or 5 hours in a row, 6 hours, like, I had a day off from work or whatever, it was different. It's like, well, yeah, I lost, 20% of the games and I won 80%. Me and the guys I play with, we were pretty good. We tended to not lose. That also helps. When you're winning 6 games in a row, the fun factor stays pretty high. Then we started squabbling about, kill stealing and kill streaks. Right. But I do think that in general, our tastes start to change along probably with our age and schedule. And there it is. There's the confetti. $10 from Street Shadow. Lodo, what are your thoughts on the spinning of data points by the extreme pro physical crowd? Like, how when new data comes out from multiple sources, they are constantly spinning to say it isn't real. Well, let me pay up I owe you guys every 5 super chats. I'm going to start gifting as well, and so let's take care of that. Actually, I tell you what, let's do. Let me interact with your super chat after I take a quick break. I've been sitting here for 3 hours, and I need a quick break. And I'll start a new goal. I'll pay up my gifted, and I'll be right back because I do want to talk about that. That it is interesting. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but give me 1 second.
Okay. So the physical sales thing, the numbers, the data, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Here's my take on this. I don't care. No, the problem with the entire discussion, okay. Let's just say, for example, that there is some possibility ranging from 1 to 100% that they are fabricating the numbers to justify their decision. Okay. Let's just take that as the premise that's being put forth. Because I think there's a lot of people sort of saying that. They're fabricating the numbers, they're misrepresenting the numbers to justify what they're doing. Okay. Let's say that that's true. Number one, my question is, why would they do that? Why would they misrepresent something that is allegedly then going very well for them, misrepresent it to say that it's not going well for them, and stop doing it? Like in my example earlier, where I go to the customer and I say, hey, I'm losing money coming all the way out here to your neighborhood. I can't come out and mow your lawn anymore. If I'm lying to them and I actually make great money mowing their lawn, you would not be able to make sense of it other than like, maybe I don't like them. Maybe I'm just a jerk. And I'm like, yeah, I don't like you. I don't like people with blonde hair or whatever. Something freaking stupid and arbitrary. Like, you would be bewildered if you looked at my books and you're like, bro, you're making a killing mowing that guy's lawn. Why would you lie to him? Okay. So that's the first place my brain goes. Is why? Why would Sony, why would PlayStation engage in that level of deception about money? And furthermore, the question of why is, why would they take that level of risk? Lying essentially to their shareholders, lying to the public, making a seismic business impacting decision of this size and scope, and then telling their shareholders, justifying the decision to their shareholders with bad data. Why would they do that? Do you have any idea what that would potentially lead to? Bankruptcy and scandal. You're talking about they would be sued by their shareholders, they would be potentially fired, and then they could potentially face other forms of prosecution for lying or twisting the data, right? Like, if they're willfully and volitionally misrepresenting the data, I think that's really hard to explain. Like, I tried to come up with explanations of why, of how they would get away with it, on what it would lead to. Again, why would they be voluntarily hurting themselves financially? Businesses don't do that. They don't. The second thing that I ask, what difference does it make? Because that would then be an act of self-inflicted damage, and this would just take care of itself in the long run. It's like, what difference would it make? Like, why would we get so upset about this? We're like, you're actively lying about your business and the money you make, and you're going to financially harm yourself? Well, what the heck did my computer do a little bit ago? Like, it acted like I must have downloaded something. Oh, I bet you I didn't turn off Windows Update. So, like, that's immediately where I start. I immediately start there. I'm like, I don't even know, boys. Like, what in the heck are we even talking about here? So, I'm not compelled that that's what they're doing. I don't believe that that's what they're doing. If somebody believes that's what they're doing, they've been compelled.
they'd have to walk me through the argumentation, because I don't see the logic or the business sense of it. I'm like, I just don't see it. Not all business. It's why I think the bulk of the people on this side of things are from Xbox. It sounds like something Xbox would do. I mean, yeah, obviously, but there could be that element of it that, I don't know. They're in the denial stage. It really does feel like they're in the denial stage. They're scrambling for a narrative or an explanation or something to try, to get out of this. And to somehow, this doesn't fit my channel. There we go. I keep declining these. There are sponsorships for games I'm just never gonna play. They're used to being lied to. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily know if it's even that. I'll tell you what it is. I think you could probably slice it into 3 slices of the pie. I don't know if it's equal parts, 33%, 33%, 33%, okay? But if I'm looking at the group of people that are angry, they're brigading, they're community, they're lying in their community notes. So these people aren't going about this on the up and up. They literally lie in the community notes. Like Genki got community noted the other day on this, and it was lie. It wasn't true, okay? So, I think if you sliced that group of people as a pie chart, I think you could slice it into 3 groups. I don't know the percentage of each group, but I think there's 3 groups. I think the biggest group are people that just like to stir up trouble, brigade, downvote, and scream and yell on the internet. I do. I think that's the biggest group. I do. I think the largest group, it's the same group that goes and downvotes trailers. It's the same group that yells about everything that happens, whether it's the woke stuff or the DEI stuff or this. I think the largest portion of the group is they're just there to watch the world burn. They love to be a part of the brigade. They relish in the chaos. That's the biggest group. I think the smallest group are the hardcore PlayStation fans with a huge collection, and they're genuinely angry about this. And they're the only ones in the group that I respect. Out of the 3 groups, they're the only ones that I respect. Like, they're genuinely frustrated. It sucks for them. It's an end of an era. They have this massive physical library, and basically that is being devalued, into the future. They're the only ones I have respect for. Now, some of their behavior I don't really respect, because I think they're perpetuating falsehood. They're brigading tweets. They're just being nasty about it. And I'm like, okay. I think that part of it I don't respect. But I respect their emotional response and their feelings, because I think they're genuinely feeling it, and I think it's legitimate. It's like, yeah, it sucks. The third group are just, I would call this the anti-Sony group. These are like hardcore Xbox fans that want to deflect all the bad stuff happening at Xbox. These are just the guys that have hated everything that PlayStation's ever done. So anytime PlayStation's, in the crosshairs, they're ready there pulling the trigger. I think the smallest group is the group that have big physical collections and are genuinely upset about this. I think everybody else is LARPing. I think everybody else is a fake and a phony. They're just doing it because it's fun. I mean, I can see the tweets. I can see what people are saying. And I'm like, no, yeah, you guys, the biggest portion of you are just in here stirring up the trouble because you think it's fun. Or you just don't like Sony. It's all bandwagoning, right, Rope. I think if you break it into 3 groups, those are your 3 groups. Which is why I think fundamentally the movement in and of itself is just running out of steam. Because I don't think the minute that it's not getting, the dopamine hit and the positive reinforcement, the minute your tweets, the minute your videos, the minute your replies aren't getting those hits, those likes, those arguments, like you're rage baiting and you're not getting the same level of fervor and anger, you're out here being like an emotional vampire and you're just making people mad and you're ha, this is so fun. The minute that starts to decline, they'll all bail on the movement because they weren't in the movement to save physical. They were in the movement for the The rush of getting replies and getting people angry. That's why I'm like, it's gonna run out of steam. It is. It's gonna run out of steam. It's the same reason the people that brigaded against Yote. It ran out of steam. The game did well, sold well, and a handful of them dug their heels in and said, "Oh, they lied." But then people move on. It's never about the thing. It's never about the thing. It's about the response that feeds that feeling of like, I'm doing something, and I'm getting that response. For them, it's not about negative or positive reinforcement. It's just reinforcement of any kind. If they brigade a YouTube video and they're screaming in the comments, they do the same thing on Twitter. They're brigading. It's never about the thing. It's like they weren't genuinely angry about Ghost of Yote. Many of the people betrayed the fact they had never even played Ghost of Tsushima. They weren't even fans of the franchise. They were LARPing as fans. Why? Because they knew they could hop on videos and tweets and rage bait, and they're not looking for positive or negative reinforcement. They're just looking for reinforcement. They're looking for attention. That's all they want. That's all they need. And then the minute it dies down, they all move on to something else because they genuinely didn't care about it to begin with. They genuinely did not care about it. And I think we've seen this play out time and time again, which is why the best thing to do is just don't give it energy. Don't reply to them. Don't give them the attention that they're seeking, because they're just going to move on to something else. It's gotten to the place where it's pathetically predictable. It's like I said when this first broke, I was like, it's going to run out of gas. It's going to run out of steam. No one's going to care in 3 months because the vast majority of people aren't paying attention to this. The people that are paying attention to it, I think most of them that are raging on Twitter, I think most of them are fakes. I think they're phonies. They don't care. It's just fun. They'll all be playing GTA 6 in a couple of months. Digital only. You know what I mean? Rockstar refuses to release a physical version of GTA 6, so I refuse to pre-order or buy it until I see a physical version made. You're not playing the game, I guess. And if you hold to that conviction, I have more respect for that than the people that yell and scream and then cave. You know what I mean? There's a lot of pundits and there's a lot of creators and there's a lot of people with platforms that made the air around this conversation really toxic, and they're phony. They're not even going to hold to what they said they were going to do. I don't have any respect for that. You made this conversation so toxic and so annoying, and then you're not even going to hold to your conviction. So, like, if you hold to your conviction, I respect that. I do. I respect that. I got more respect for that than the people that don't. They just were riding the grift and the virtue signal train, and they were LARPing, and then the minute that the dust settles and they're not getting the clicks and the retweets and the impressions, and the minute the videos aren't doing as well, they're going to drop that movement like third period French. It's like, yeah, I'm done with this. And then they're going to go back on their word. And that's what I find frustrating about a lot of this, is that we're all in this space together, and a lot of people that occupy these spaces, they just make it really toxic and unenjoyable to talk about a lot of these things, because they create all of this emotional false headcanon, and then and then it comes to our doorstep, and it comes into these conversations and these streams, and it wears me out. It absolutely freaking wears me out. Like, it's just such a buzzkill. That's why I said before I took my trip, I'm like, I just really hope when I get back, this steady cadence of games releasing can really purify the news feed, because I'm freaking sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of it. It's not enjoyable. It's not enjoyable. People are just hating on Sony just to hate, says Jack. Spider-Man Brand New Day just made $1 billion this weekend, and people are after Sony because they paid Tom Holland $20 million, even though it was a signed contract. Like, how are they going after the movie side? They have nothing to do with it. I mean, he just leveraged his worth by negotiating increased pay every time they make a movie. That's common practice in the movie industry. You know? The internet. F Sony. Call of Duty Black Ops 1 and 2 drops. Internet. Day 1. I think historically speaking, you know, all the times I've kind of watched these sort of stories play out, the anti-crowd, how do I want to say this? Okay. So if you've ever watched like the Nature Channel and you watch the fish that have to swim upstream and they're like jumping over like mini waterfalls to get upstream, it takes an absurd amount of effort and endurance. I think salmon are the ones that do this. It takes an absurd amount of effort and endurance for them to actually do it, right? Now, when you watch the nature special and you see them doing this, it's entertaining, but you don't see the hours and hours and hours, and you also don't see the ones that don't make it, right? Unless, of course, the Nature Channel like lets you know the percentages and shows some of the fish that don't make it. I feel like, in my experience in these spaces, people go against something, they become part of the anti-crowd, and it's fun for a little bit. So it's like on the Nature Channel, when you see those salmon doing that one jump, you're like, oh, that's crazy, that's so cool. And I feel like a lot of these guys will do this. They'll be against something, but then they just tucker out. It takes a lot of endurance and it takes a lot of energy to be actively like against something. It's easier and more enjoyable to just like talk about the things you enjoy. Think about how easy it is to get somebody talking when they say that they really like a particular hobby. And you're like, oh? So what exactly do you do? I mean, they'll just talk and talk and talk. You know? Yeah. I go every weekend, blah, with my friends. We love this, blah, 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 blah. Now, think about how a conversation typically goes when everybody's kind of complaining and everybody's kind of like, yeah, this thing sucks, da-da-da-da-da. It's draining. It's like draining to be around. Have you ever been around somebody like that? Like, they're the vibe kill. It's like the skit from SNL. They're the Debbie Downer. You know, they bring the energy down. They kind of ruin the mood. They kind of ruin the vibe. And nobody wants to kind of stay sitting in that and seep in that and marinate in that, because it's like, it feels vampiric. It feels like it's kind of draining you. That's why I feel like movements like this, they always burn out, because like they're not necessarily in it because they genuinely feel it and believe it and they're genuinely angry. It's because, you know, it's fun for a little bit and then they just move on to something else. And so I do think, I do kind of feel for the people that are genuinely upset about this. I do. I feel for them because, like, they're in there in the water with a bunch of people that are just doing it for the fun of it. They're just LARPing, and they're making you look bad because they're, like, lying, they're being dishonest, they're false community noting, whatever. It's like they're not helping your cause, and then they're just going to give up eventually anyway. My dad's a huge fly fisher. I'm trying to imagine him watching a bunch of YouTube boomers complaining about how fly fishing is dead. Right. Let's see how fast the topic shifts when this anti-consumer behavior goes against something you like. I'm not sure what you mean. Every time this topic has come up, I have spoken rather strongly and passionately about how the true issue is that we don't have true digital ownership. And I already have a video on the channel before this news ever broke. There's a video on my channel about digital refunds. We've broached this subject time and time again. Why? I'm not a LARPer. I'm not a phony fake or a fraud. Like, I don't take positions because like, oh, I'm going to get a bunch of clicks. Gaming refunds debate 1 year ago. Right down here. Gamers want refunds 1 year ago. This is a 1-year-old video that I argued. This is July of 2025. This is literally an entire year ago where I argued the importance of how we're not properly protected with respect to games being revocable licenses. Because I'm not a fake, phony, fraud, LARPing, attention seeker that's like, oh, I'm going to take up this position because it's convenient right now, and then I'm going to set it down in a couple of weeks when I don't get the clicks. I've held this position for a long time about how, we are not properly protected as consumers. And when this digital, physical thing started happening, that was the exact same thing that I said. I've got videos on my channel right now where I argue we're fighting the wrong fight. But the performative LARPing nonsense, so I argued here in this video why they won't answer. PlayStation silence speaks volumes. And I argued how to actually take power away from them. You know what I got? I got a bunch of nasty comments from people calling me a shill because they didn't want to watch the video. Right here, the margin war, PlayStation's digital fortress, the margin war has begun. I talked about how the only way to work against this is to have true ownership, because if not, we could potentially give them too much control over the digital ecosystem that they're building. Here, same thing. Stop fighting for discs. PlayStation's cut off. I argued the same thing. My position has not changed on this, whether you look at my refund videos from a year ago or my recent videos about this. But I get called a shill, and people talk about me in perverted, degenerate language, because that's what they are. They're just a bunch of perverted degenerates. And they talk about it as if I'll just swallow whatever they give me. And it's like, no, I've been talking about this for a while. Because I'm not a fraud. I'm not a grifter. I don't just say what people want to hear. That's what grifters do. They just grab onto whatever's happening, say what the audience wants to hear. I'm not doing that. I've been saying for a while, the real issue here is digital ownership. That's the issue. The growing trend right now is that roughly 25% of games aren't even on the disc. That was going to grow and continue to grow, which perpetuates the problem. The game's not actually there. You're in the same boat. Ain't got no games with the Prime. Thanks so much for renewing on Purple. I made this point this morning, Dragon. If you had the ability right now to force PlayStation to keep making discs, do you know what they would have done? They would have just started putting a license on the disc. They wouldn't put the whole game on the disc. Wait until they start taking digital games from you? Why would I wait for that? I'm saying right now we should be having advocacy for true ownership so they can't do that. I argued this morning that when they took people's music and movies from their libraries, I argue that that's ethically wrong to reverse the transaction without the consent of the consumer. That's my position. Again, I feel like you're coming in here and you don't even understand the position that I'm taking or understand the position that I hold, and you're just speaking to me as if you know, oh yeah, you're just totally okay with this. We wait until they try to take your games away. I'm not totally okay with this. I'm not. Or wait until they make your games cloud only. Yeah, again, I don't feel like you're here to have a conversation. You're speaking in platitudes. You're not even engaging with what I'm saying. You're just here to say the same thing over and over again. You actively aren't listening. You're proving it. You either have horrible listening skills or you have the stream muted. I'm literally saying that I'm not okay with those things. I haven't been okay with those things for a long time. I've argued for a long time that right to refund is a huge problem and Steam's the only one that does it right. I've argued that for years. You also don't seem to understand they can stop you from playing the disc just as easy. Yeah, they could push out a firmware update to your PlayStation that makes all the discs stop working unless you're plugged into the internet. They could do that too, by the way. So unless you want to perpetually keep some PlayStation, in an old firmware version, they could control it there too. My guy, he's on your side. He wants digital ownership protections. Right, the propaganda machine of the channels that misrepresent me, it is fundamentally corrupt and sinister, that people are out here making it seem like, oh, he thinks this is great and he's a shill and he's defending PlayStation. I'm like, no, I'm actively wanting to take their power away. You're worried about plastic. I'm worried about genuine change. You know what I mean? But you got to get the ad revenue somehow. So you just lie about people's content and what they say so that people come to my comments and my Twitter feed and say all these terrible things to me. Why? Well, you got to pay your bills somehow, and lying's a great way to do it. My position's not changed. I've said this for years. It's like they're literally people in my comments on my Twitter feed, and it's like, you don't even know what my position is. You just heard some person talk about me, or you saw a thumbnail. And that's the biggest problem with this discussion, is that you have people LARPing and grifting on the topic, and they're maligning everybody else as if I'm the bad guy in this situation. It's like, I'm advocating for actual change that would benefit us. You're screaming about discs that at a fundamental level, if they were allowed to continue, you were going to have less control over that as well, which comes down to the issue being ownership. The issue is not whether or not I'm a shill and I'm defending Sony. The issue is, are you protected as a consumer? And even with the disc, you're not. You relinquish all control to them the minute you agree to their TOS and their end user license agreement. You relinquish all control. You have no control. You're not protected. Imagining that physical has you protected is absurd. It's like it's the same scenario. You're agreeing to their TOS. Rope says, there's a reason regardless of the party in government, if they don't want something passed or done, they file a lawsuit to stop it while they write up legislation to permanently stop it. I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. But do you truly own the games on Steam? Only if you do some form of like DRM stripping and back them up so that they can be played without Steam. Like right now, I have a bunch of games that are not installed. Okay? They're in my Steam library, but they're not installed. If Steam were to go down right now, I wouldn't be able to get access to those games. Like I don't own them in that regard. If Steam disappeared, I'd have no recourse to get those games. They would be gone. Now, I don't think that that's going to happen, but that's the same. I use the same logic with PlayStation. Like, I don't think PlayStation's going to disappear and all of my digital games go away with them. Do you see, like, Steam treats the players significantly better with rights to refund, but like the same issue applies, that like you could lose access to games unless you buy a complete DRM free copy through like GOG or something. Your ownership is in a similar spot of being of tenuousness. It's like it's thin. There are so many things that could lead to you not having that game anymore. Now, we take it on faith that that's not going to happen because, to be honest, we don't really have another choice. we don't. Do you want to engage with these games? You want to play them? Yeah. Well, you kind of have to take it on faith that these companies aren't going to go, bye-bye in a couple of years. And you also take it on faith it would be mutual destruction for them to just arbitrarily start revoking access to games just because. The Verge, Xbox 360 games will be available to run on the next-gen Project Helix console, Xbox PCs, and handheld devices, according to a leaked document. Gradual rollout between 2027 and 2028 across next-gen devices. Yeah, that seemed to be a pretty good chance of indication when they did that thing, what was it, before I left, where they launched like the 4 back compat games. You need to correct yourself. Steam does not have DRM. I didn't say Steam has DRM. I said there are games with DRM. You have to strip that DRM out. Every game is not DRM free in Steam. Not all games have it, but not all games don't have it. I also didn't say that they could take my access away. I said if they were down or if they went away, I would have no recourse to get my games. Many games have DRM on Steam. Not every game does, but many games do. So you're in the similar scenario of like you could lose access if that license gets revoked. When I was speaking about Steam, I was saying if Steam went away tomorrow or they went down, their servers went down or whatever, I would have no recourse to get those games back. Thank you, Warhawk, for 33 months. Steam does have DRM. I don't think it's every game, though. Isn't it case by case? I thought it was case by case. My understanding is not every single game has a DRM in the Steam marketplace. My understanding was that, like, it's case by case. So, sure, you could 100% have a game on Steam that you don't genuinely, quote-unquote, own. That's why I said if you strip the DRM and back it up, then it's yours. Then you can install it and play it, and you don't have to have Steam. Predator was 65 months in a VIP. Let's add it to the total. Yeah, it's case by case. That's why I said it's not about with Steam. It's not about the DRM. It's about like the games are there. It's in there. I don't have them all installed. You're taking it on faith. Thank you, Jenny, for 42 months and getting us to 137. Most games don't have DRM. DRM is usually removed after 3 to 6 months. Yeah, I didn't make it about the DRM. Rewind that segment and listen to what I said. I said, we take it on faith that, like, I don't have every single game backed up and installed so that I can play it even if Steam is down or the internet's down or something. I take it on faith that I'll be able to have access to those games in the future. 6 months from now, a year from now, whatever. You know, I could install Slay the Spire 2 or Robo Quest or something, and they'd be right there in my library installable. I take it on faith that I'm going to be able to do that. I do the same thing with PlayStation. Like, I take it on faith that the games are going to be available. I'll be able to download them and install them, and they're not just going to take them away, you know, arbitrarily. I think you guys are wrong. Steam does have DRM that verifies that you purchase it from Steam, although I believe it's easy to remove. So you're saying they have a low-level version of DRM that it's just a purchase verification? Like I said, I think it's fair for me to have the faith that Steam isn't going to disappear overnight and I'm going to lose all my games that are not installed because they're on their servers, right? I take it on faith that's not going to happen. I also take it on faith that that's not going to happen with PlayStation either. Do you see? Like, I think a lot of this fear-mongering is literally coming from people that right now are in a similar scenario with Steam. Like, they don't have everything backed up. And if the internet went down or Steam went down or Steam vanished into thin air, they wouldn't have access to any of their games. They wouldn't. Steam has a lightweight DRM, 60-70%, and others have third party. A small percentage don't have either. Okay. I've been a collector for years. Digital will play a huge role globally. My thing is when console gets 10 years old, will it let you play it? Well, again, I'm taking it on faith that when I buy a PlayStation 6 or a PlayStation 7, excuse me, I will be able to download those games and install those games. Again, I know that I'm taking that on faith. We take a lot of things on faith. Like that's just existence. Like you're taking it on faith that like when you go outside tomorrow, you know, you'll be able to breathe. Like that oxygen's not going to suddenly become something else. So I don't have this fear, this fear in my heart or my mind that like all of a sudden one day we won't be able to access all these games. They're going to take them from us, and they're going to be these fascist sub-only dictators where we have to pay them $100 a month to access our games. My ultimate backup is Magic the Gathering card, says Hilly. Imagine the business case for deleting all purchased digital games from your library. That's the thing, hidden Siryu, that I think gets lost in the shuffle. Let's just press pause for a second and ask the question. I've already established that I think it's wrong to reverse a transaction without the consumer's consent and you're not paying them back, as has been seen when like movies and music are removed from somebody's library. Right? I think that's wrong. Let's have a different discussion about that. Why are they doing that? Are they doing it because it's good for business and they want to squeeze you and get you to repurchase it? No, it's actively bad for them and bad for business to break that consumer trust. What's the impetus? What's the causality for the movies and the music being removed? What is it? What's the reason? Is it a good business decision? Are they doing a test case for how much they can screw the customer over? No. The impetus is a license has expired. Now, that's not defending it. I still maintain that it's wrong. You shouldn't be able to reverse a transaction without the consumer's consent, and especially you shouldn't be able to reverse the consumer, the transaction without them being compensated. I still maintain my position on that. However, it's like, it doesn't create like a fear, like, oh my gosh, they're going to do this, because it's bad for them business-wise. It's bad for them. They don't benefit by blasting people's digital libraries. Now, why can I say that? Because what do you think's going to happen to someone's spending habits in your digital ecosystem when you nuke their library? What do you think they're going to do? They're going to spend less money. Their confidence is shaken. It's like there's not a business impetus for them to do it. It's why I'm saying, if I'm placing bets on this whole library destruction thing, right? It's why, to me, I'm like, yeah, I don't think the likelihood of this is very high at all. I don't think the likelihood is high. I think the likelihood is low because there's no business test case for it, and there's no business impetus for it. Oh, also, the reason that they've done it with music and TV shows and movies and stuff is 100% tied up in the licensure thing. And it's like, as long as it doesn't come to video games, which is why maybe we should be very careful and hesitant to buy games that are riddled with like licensed music. That could obviously pose a problem in the future. But that's why I don't have that fear. I don't have that fear with Steam, vanishing into thin air, or libraries being destroyed there. I don't have a fear of digital libraries, on PlayStation or Nintendo doing that. I just don't think so. Because if you asked Sony, if it was up to them, would they have revoked the movies and the music? They would say no. If it was up to them, they would be like, yeah, we wouldn't do that. And the reason they wouldn't do that is because it's bad for them. Right now, argue the business benefit to Sony removing those games. I'm sorry, removing those movies and music. What was the bit? How did it help them? Argue it. See, this is the thing you have to do with these us versus them guys. And they want to make, oh yeah, they're the devil and they're bad and they're trying to ruin everything, and we should steal, piracy is ownership, just Neanderthalic logic and argumentation. Just ask them that question. Can you outline the business benefit to Sony removing those movies and music from people's libraries? How did it help them? They'll sputter and stammer, and they won't be able to answer the question because there is no answer to the question. It didn't benefit them. It didn't benefit Sony at all. You think Sony was like throwing confetti in the air? Yay! We get to remove movies and music from people's libraries. and have a negative headline that, harms consumer confidence in purchasing things from us. They can't steel man the business side of it. That's right, because there is no business side of it. It's just a great way to create FUD and get people stirred up and angry, and then you can name call the people that don't agree with you. You can, you can say that, Lono is a shill, and it's like, I think that analysis is, it's just so lacking. It's not genuine analysis. It's just emotionally fueled anger, and so. My hope is tomorrow we're going to be in Beast of Reincarnation. We're going to look at the reviews, and I hope moving forward we can focus more on games and get away from all this stuff, because I just think it's so riddled with, as the super chat that started this conversation, it's just riddled with a lot of twisted and misleading stats, and it's also just riddled with toxicity. Like, nobody wants to have a civil conversation. Nobody wants to have a civil discussion. It's like I'm watching guys like Alex O'Connor and Diary of a CEO interact with and have conversations with people that they simply do not agree with. And it makes for such compelling content, and it's so enjoyable to watch. It's just so pleasant and so uplifting. And it's like, man, oh man, could we bring that to this environment, please? It would be such a refreshing thing. It would be so refreshing to just see discussions between people who don't agree, instead of all this other nonsense that goes on. The misinformation, the brigading, the attacks, the name calling. It's like, can't we rise higher than this in the conversation? Like, that's what I try to model with you guys today. I was like, well, let's just take everything that you're saying. Now, again, I don't have respect for people, that are pirating games and not buying them. I think that's bad for the market. I think that's a parasitic thing that I don't have respect for. Unless, of course, you're downloading games that aren't for sale anymore, like Coleco games or something. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's just such a vacancy in the marketplace of gaming coverage for this type of thing, and I bemoan and grieve the fact that there's just nobody that seemingly has a sizable enough platform that wants to do it. It's like, you grow by doing the other thing, and it's like the growth engine of misinformation and salt and anger is it's a very intoxicating growth engine, and a lot of people that's what they do because it works. And sadly, I just don't want to. That's just not something I'm going to do. I'm not going to do that with the channel. I'm not going to go along with the mob and fabricate positions that aren't true to me and what I think, just to get clicks. The one guy still never answered what copyright is if it's not a form of stealing. Well, I mean, that's why I argued it is a form of stealing. Right, like right here, copyright infringement is the use of protected works without permission, violating exclusive rights like reproduction, distribution, or public display. You can do this by copying, sharing, or performing. Now, there's civil lawsuits that argue for damages. There's also injunctions that can stop, and there's also criminal penalties. So again, that sounds to me like you're just using a different word, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You can argue the damages, you can argue the civil litigation of it, and you can argue the criminality of it. Whether or not you want to call it theft or copyright infringement, you're swapping one word out for another, and we're saying we're not saying anything really truly different. Copyright infringement is literally defined as intellectual property theft. I don't know. Is that what we say? It interferes with the rights. It's a property law. Intellectual property law. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually how it's defined in all the places I'm finding. is the use of works by copyright without permission of usage within the permission required, thereby infringing on exclusive rights granted to the copyright holder. The disputes are usually resolved through direct negotiation, takedown process, or litigation in civil court. Terminology. The terms piracy and theft are often associated with copyright infringement. The original meaning of piracy is robbery or illegal violence at sea, but the term has been used for centuries and it's a synonym for acts of copyright infringement. Theft, meanwhile, emphasizes the potential commercial harm of infringement to copyright holders. However, copyright is a type of intellectual property, an area of law distinct from that which covers robbery or theft. Offenses related only to tangible property. Not all copyright infringement results in commercial loss, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in 1985 that infringement does not easily equate to theft. Just because it does not easily equate to theft does not mean, in my mind, that you can't philosophically argue that it is theft. This was taken further in the case MPAA versus Hotfile, where Judge Kathleen Williams granted a motion to deny the MPAA. The usage of those words' appearance was primarily pejorative. The list included the word piracy, the use of which the motion by the defense stated serves no court purpose but to misguide and inflame the jury. Yeah, but again, I just think that that's philosophically not sound. If you're going to argue that there's civil litigation and damage, then to just purely say you've infringed their copyright, I think is falling short. I do. I think that's falling short. I think that's fancy legalese lawyer contortionist tricks in order to, minimize how it's viewed. So that like a lawyer, literally that was argued so like the lawyer could defend the people that were doing the piracy. It's not being argued because it's philosophically sound. I think this is where you get into different territories. Like if you want to argue the legality currently on the books, that's not what I'm interested in. I was having a philosophical discussion. I was not having a legal discussion. I'm not a lawyer. I lean towards the philosophical, the metaphysical. Like that's where my mind goes. That's where I have greater knowledge and expertise in that landscape. I'm not a lawyer, so I wasn't arguing the legality of it. I was arguing the philosophical soundness of saying it's not a form of theft. I just don't agree with. It is something that is civilly actionable. You can measure the damage of it. You can measure the financial harm that the person has been denied, and I believe that is a form of theft. Whatever the legal definition is doesn't concern me. Because you could say, well, legally, no fault divorce is permissible, and I would say that doesn't mean it's right or good. Philosophy of Physical Media lecture series when? Actually, it would be a philosophy of digital goods. I'm fleshing out a position of, yes, what is your philosophy of digital goods? What are they? Define them. If you can't do that, then you haven't done the basic jurisprudence. Is that the word? You haven't done like the basic diligence of formulating a concrete position. Jurisprudence is the science, philosophy, and study of the theory of law, exploring what law is, how it relates to morality, and how it works in society. The word comes from the Latin meaning skill or knowledge of the law. Analytical jurisprudence asks the law what it actually is, and it studies its structure without judging its goodness. Normative jurisprudence asks what the law ought to be, looking at moral, ethical, and political values. I don't think you've done like the basic level there if you can't even define what a thing is digitally. What is it? If you can't do that, then that's why I told the guy earlier, I was like, you're jumping all the way down the line of being like, well, there's no such thing as digital scarcity. No. You're skipping 8 steps. You got to define what it is first. If you define it as a good that we should be able to own, you're arguing for its inherent value, and therefore you cannot argue that pirating it is benign. Phantom Thief, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Like, that's why you'll notice earlier when I had that guy and I told him, can you define what it is? Does it have inherent value? Why should you be able to claim ownership of it? That's why it's not a philosophically sound position, because it doesn't have a logical harmony. If you're going to say, well, when I pirate it, I own it because it's on my hard drive, what do you own? What do you own? What is it that you own? Define it. Oh, it's on my hard drive. No. What is it? Define it. Is it a digital good? Does it have inherent value? Oops, sorry. You just argued that that's a form of theft then. Do you see? They won't go into this territory of defining what it is. They won't. They won't play out the full philosophical system, because if they do, it's like it's an incoherent position. Because if you're going to argue, which I do, that it's a good with inherent value that I should be able to own, I am in harmony with my position by saying that means that piracy is theft, because it's something that can be owned with inherent value. Therefore, stealing it is a form of theft, and it's damage to the economy that the game exists in. You argue that it has no inherent value, your choice to download it is benign because there's no such thing as digital scarcity. You just argued against digital ownership because you're arguing against the very idea that this is a good that has inherent value. It's not a sound position, and I don't respect it. That's about as simplistically as I can put it. I think the thrust of the argument comes down to the base definition, and if you can't do that, then you can't jump to all the steps about how ownership, if it's not buying's not owning, it's not piracy's ownership, it's on my hard drive, I own it. Yeah, you've skipped all of the basic steps of categorizations and definitions to formulate an argument. That's where you always have to start. You always have to start there. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're not going to compel anybody to your side other than the people that are already okay with your side because they like pirating games. Saying digital games have no value so that people can pirate also gives power to companies to take away licenses. Both things could actually lead to the collapse of the industry. That's literally what I was trying to say earlier, Tentry. It's like the irony is you're agreeing with these evil corporations. You're literally agreeing with them. You're in the same river. You're in the same river of thought that leads to no true ownership. It's like it has no inherent value. Me pirating it doesn't cause any damage at all, and it's a benign act. It's a neutral act. Okay, you just added to the argument that like it should be a license that's revocable because it's not a good with inherent value. It's not being defined as a good, it's being defined as a license. So if you want to argue against the way that games are currently treated, you cannot concede and agree with that lack of ownership. You can't. Insider Gaming picked up Kiwi Talks. That's a great snag. I really enjoyed my combo with him. Insider Gaming continues to pick up good people. So. Tried telling you that hours ago. Well, my current approach, though, Rope, is that I'm not going to just immediately tell somebody like that what they're doing is bad faith. I'm going to put things in front of them that if they can't do, and then it's just clearly visible that they don't have a thought out position. They're just parroting. So that's why like he wasn't being disrespectful, and that's why I just kept saying like, you need to do this or answer these questions, and if they refuse to do it, like the one guy was doing in the YouTube chat, I'm like, you're not really having a conversation. You're just calling me names now. Oh, tried telling you that an hour ago about Kiwi Talks. Oh no, yeah, I saw you guys say it, but it wasn't conducive to the conversation. They offered him a job. Oh, he'll be a contributor to what they do. I don't know what that details with respect to quote unquote job. He's probably just going to be one of their contributors. they sent out a tweet that they were trying to figure out somebody that could do like a weekly gaming talk show. And I'm like, yeah, I know somebody that's really good at that. Maybe we should talk. Anyway, we're super close to a 150 milestone, but we've also been going for about 4 hours. All right. We need to try to shoot for 1,000 members this week. That's something that we really need to work on. And I'm going to do a bunch of incentives for Saturday to celebrate if we can manage to do that. So 500 to unlock the Saturday stream with Madam. 750 we'll play a game. 1,000 we'll play a game with you guys. It'll be a big, huge, extra long stream. We are 100% willing to do that because we really do need to have. When I take a week off like that, we got to kind of come back and we got to kind of go for the gold here. So make sure you're checking your primes; those add. Make sure you're checking your renewals; those add. If you are watching, okay, on Twitch or YouTube, and you're not supporting, okay, it's $5 a month, and it really does help. If you can't, totally understandable. I get it. I'm only able to do this because of the fan funding, okay? And a 10 bomb comes in from Ginger. He's like, come on, let's get that 150 before the day is done. Ginger, you've been more than generous, man. Thank you so much. Really bummed I wasn't able to work out streaming with you guys to be there for the conversation with Force Gaming. I really like Force, but that Friday was just jammed. We were doing a family reunion on Saturday, and we had a little bit of subterfuge going on. We also were doing a birthday for my dad's 70th. And a prime comes in from Amskin. We're one away from 150. Whoever hits it gets it. Who's getting the gifted member? And that Friday was just jammed with preparations. I just couldn't do it. And I really wanted to. I brought my good mics. I've got these good lapels. I could have used my phone and it would have looked and probably sounded pretty good, but I could not get away. It just wouldn't. It just couldn't. I was bummed because I like Force. Would love to understand Beast of Reincarnation social promotion team strategy. Welcome back, old timer. Kingslayer with 26 months gets us the 150. Let me add that one to the total. I suggested earlier you should have us play Beast and do your own review. Then during the show tomorrow, see the difference between paid and player reviews. That would be a good show. Wait, I'm confused. How would I get your... What do you mean? What do you mean player reviews? Are you meaning that I would ask you guys about it? I don't quite understand what you're suggesting. Let me gift the member that I owe you guys. Have us play Beast and do our own review. Then during the show tomorrow, see the difference between paid and player reviews. But I appreciate your intention, but I don't appreciate your categories. I don't consider them paid reviews. I understand why you might say that. You know, they're given access. That's a form of payment. But I also think that can create a very, very unhelpful lens through which to view reviews. Like, I think when people get access like that, like I've gotten access to games like Wu Chang and others, and to say, well, that was a paid review, I feel like that creates an air of like assumed dishonesty or negativity. Now, we could say player review versus outlet review, and I think that could be helpful. To say, hey, what are the outlets saying? What are we as players saying? I try to do that with player scores when I can, but I don't want to presume malice or such a slanted bias from people that are, been given access. I don't want to do that because some of these people are my peers and my friends that get access to games to review them, and I wouldn't want to endorse a view that like they're quote unquote paid. First impressions are not good for Beast of Reincarnation. Plays like a bland paint by numbers action RPG that borrows elements from more successful games. Who's saying that though? I'll link the source in the comment. This is somebody on Reddit. It's Japan Times. It looks like Japan Times. Early previews indicated a massive departure from creature capturing and battling mechanics that Game Freak's known for. On July 23rd, I was among 20 reviewers invited to a closed-door demo that was limited to the prologue and the first chapter. Despite some fertile world building and decent sound design, Beast of Reincarnation plays like a bland paint-by-numbers action RPG that borrows elements from more successful games without satisfactory execution, often leaving you wondering why they're there at all. I mean, I was a little concerned today when we read that preview and the story was sort of like a by-the-book story we've heard before. But to be like, oh, I thought it was going to be a capturing beast game, it was never shown to be that. Pairing is a common mechanic in so many modern action RPGs, and games such as the critically acclaimed Sekiro and award-winning Clair Obscur make it central to combat, but blocking an enemy's blows is only as interesting as the enemies throwing them. In Sekiro, as well as this year's Nioh 3, enemies attack in a rhythm that is challenging yet comprehensible and exploitable. The pleasure lies in overcoming the initial difficulty, discerning how to chip away at the enemy's health, and occasionally punishing them with massive attacks. In Beast of Reincarnation, by contrast, most enemies have just one or two attack patterns, reducing parrying to a rote exercise. Even the Nushi, the blight infected guardian spirit animals that serve as each level's boss, they really don't move beyond this paradigm. Even above average action RPGs typically use boss battles to introduce more aggressive and varied attacks, pushing players into greater danger and ultimately greater triumph. In Beast of Reincarnation, however, the second phase of this climactic fight is essentially a repeat of the first. Even on higher difficulty levels, combat that should be the most rewarding fails to become more than the sum of its disjointed parts. Combat is only one of Beast of Reincarnation's problems. The game also struggles with its soundtrack, particularly whenever the airy J-pop ballad that plays during exploration abruptly transitions to a generic battle anthem when the player encounters an enemy. And on the storytelling front, Emma as a character is largely devoid of any emotion despite her harrowing circumstances. The game presents some brief justification for this, but it still amounts to a main character more akin to a brick wall than a likable avatar for the player. Somebody says, these complaints are arguably exactly what is wrong with Pokemon 2. Game Freak caught lightning in a bottle with the original Pokemon, and they had some genius programmers who used the memory of the Game Boy for every bit it was worth. Today, Game Freak could easily be considered one of the worst game developers riding on a 20-year-old laurel. I mean, I could see why that's a concern. But it also sounds like maybe they were looking for something that the game didn't really market itself as. I am a little concerned because the story did seem a little cut and paste from like other stories, but we got to call it there. But I need you guys to help me with something. We have to watch a trailer for HBO's Lanterns, but that causes me all sorts of trouble on YouTube. So I'm only going to do it on Twitch, and you guys can help me. I'm going to type the Twitch command in the YouTube chat. Please come over to Twitch and watch the next couple of minutes, and then we'll go to Green Room, okay? If I do this ad read and you guys are over there for it, it helps me, and we're ending the stream anyway. So I'm actually kind of excited to watch this trailer because I'm looking forward to the show. But trailers get really, really hit hard on YouTube, unfortunately. Okay? So head over to Twitch, click the link in chat, and I will see you guys over there on Twitch for this. Okay?